Hey everybody, it's Gray from Sonic's. Wait, I'm not Gray from Sonic's, no, I'm not Ryu from Streets. It's Gray Gorilla, and I'm back here for episode 2 with Nigel the Nitpicker, Pre-Stolnik, and our two special guests for the night, the man with the two burly fists and the red quills, and the man with the pen. It's Davey Mitchell and Ian Flynn! Okay, that was a terrible Michael Buffer impression. Oh yeah, that's because I need to present the screen. Sorry, I'm already screwing this up. Okay, yeah, okay, screen should be presented now, Nigel. So everybody... Yes. Okay, hold up. Hold up. I think I know what's going wrong. There's a way to fix this.
Pay no attention to the man behind the
Okay,
curtain.
I think we fixed it. I just had to change the input on my Streamlabs OBS. So you guys missed the entire opening of that, but let's say it again. The man with the pen, Davey Mitchell. I mean, that's Ian Flynn. And, okay, you pretty much get what we're trying to go for. I already screwing this up tonight, everybody. Fantastic.
I'll say it once and I'll say it again. It's the Bubblecast and Knuckles Show with our very special guest stars, Ian Flynn and Davey Mitchell.
Now hear it, people!
Current flail.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so welcome back to episode 2 of Serving the Selfless 2023. This year's campaign, as you saw last week, is for Alzheimer's Association, which, thank you again, Miss... She told me not to call her Miss Cindy Robinson for joining us for Kronos Island last week.
Uh-huh.
And here's what we're going to do up front. So, I'm going to go ahead and just pin this in the very beginning. So, for those of you who would like to donate to
Alzheimer's
to
Association.
For Alzheimer's Association, go ahead and click on that Telefy link. Right there, it is greatly appreciated.
Yes, very much
Yeah.
so. And remember, I will reiterate this, a little bit goes a long way.
And not only that, but... And the Italian voice has told us about a new follower.
That was quick.
Yeah, and told us about a new follower that quickly. I love how the
Wow.
Italian voice gets the English pronunciations, but has to pronounce the numbers in Italian. Is that just a sign that Mario's hacking into our campaign?
I guess. Anyway,
Okay,
we have Dave B. Mitchell here.
Hey,
and Ian Flynn.
And Ian Flynn.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, he has the
Lars.
same as loving Canadian charm. Hello.
Hello.
There we go.
Are we?
Hey, if you want me to put on a bad Canadian accent, I can do that, but it's going to be a long show.
Is that supposed to be Trailer Park Boys?
I just like to point out, no one told me that Sonic was going to be here, so I'm not so sure how thrilled I am about this.
Well, I think we found you already, Dave. I mean, look at this.
Oh,
I mean-
yeah.
Well, first let me get your medals
I
first.
hate to inform Knuckles, but Knuckles is trapped.
Yeah, I
He's
remember
not
being trapped in there.
He's just biding his time.
Hello, Sonic Mario 2022. I saw that you were streaming today, and I decided to join for today. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining, and if you guys want to help share the cause around with everybody, go right on ahead. Be my guest.
Yes, go right ahead and donate. The help would certainly be very much appreciated.
So, first and foremost, before we get into any of the donations in case they start coming in, so Dave, you've been the voice of Knuckles since Team Sonic Racing, am I right?
Yeah. Frontiers is the third game that I've done him in, so.
I'm starting to forget what the second one was.
Mario and Sonic Olympic Games 2020.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
I was about to say, I actually like that series a lot. I actually do like the Olympic series.
Yeah.
Just
Hello,
because it's a little bit more of a casual departure while still being in a competitive, unified atmosphere. That's why I like it.
Oh, for
Hello.
sure. Yeah, I mean, those games are definitely much more kind of arcadey, whereas Frontiers even from the get-go, they told us this is going to be a little more darker, a little grounded, much more character and story driven. So it's a great game, and it was really great to get to work on it too. So
And
By
you
the
got to
way,
work with Ian Flynn himself.
Yep. Hello, Blues Doodle. Heard about the stream fundraiser, wanted to join to lend some support as a viewer. Thank you very much for joining.
Yes, thanks for
And we
showing up
also
as a
have,
viewer.
we
Fingers
also
crossed
have.
for
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
fingers crossed for Mario and Sonic 2024. Says Sonic Mario 2022.
bring it on.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
means he'll be going to Paris next year, and that's a city I've actually been to.
Ah,
Oh.
Third time Paris has hosted the Olympics, actually. But
We
alas,
also have. Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, alas, enough about sports, because as much as I love sports, we're here to talk about Sonic the Hedgehog and raising money for a cause that's valuable to society.
And
Yes.
speaking of Sonic the Hedgehog, we have Ian Flynn in here as well.
Uh-huh.
And I'm pretty sure for those of you who are unaware, I'm about to geek out really hard.
Like you almost always do, Stalin.
Go ahead.
bring it.
Previous chief writer for the chief writer for the Archie comics, the IDW comics, the Mega Man comics, the Archie comics, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Cosmo, the Merry Martian is Ian Flynn.
Was that supposed to
Weren't
be...
you flexing on the titles that are not Sonic related? You're just showing off now.
That's what he likes to do. That's what Stalin does, Ian.
Hey, last time when Cindy was on, he was going through her IMDb page.
There was one thing that I did have to note with Cindy, and that was something that I just wanted to pick her brain on, and it was definitely The Purge, because most people don't know that Cindy Robinson, the voice of Amy Rose, is also the voice that is in the Purge announcement, the Purge emergency announcement system.
And also, I died already.
Yes. Aren't we all?
Aren't we all what, Nigel?
Are we all gonna die already?
That's
But
not
I
even
know-
proper grammar, young man.
I
I'd
know,
rather
it's
not.
something-
I have things to do. Can I not die? Thank you.
Exactly.
Although dying might get you out of them, so I mean there is that.
Uh,
True.
You
Good
drive
point.
a hard bargain, sir.
I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse.
I mean, that's a tough excuse to work around. Why didn't you do that? Oh, I'm dead. Oh,
Excuse me, what
Oh,
do you mean an offer you
okay.
can't refuse? I made you an offer last week and you did not complete it.
Blues Doodle says, I heard about the stream from Ian Flynn's Twitter, retweeted the tweet promoting the stream because the cause is very valuable and important to many. Thank you very much.
I'm very thankful you did that, and I'm glad you see
Yes,
the value in this cause.
Yes. However, like, if you feel the urge to donate, I would highly encourage you do so.
Yeah, there's a pinned URL from Pre-Stolnik in the stream chat, or if you can't find that, there's also a Tiltify widget underneath the video feed.
Uh-huh.
I will also say there's another thing that I must note, because I did this last time and I'm doing it again. Dave B. Mitchell, there was something else that I know you from. And
Oh, yeah?
most people don't know, but it's Ryu Hayabusa in Dead or Alive 6. Or
Yeah.
I'd probably
Ninja
say
Gaiden.
Sector from Mortal
Oh.
Kombat 11.
well, actually more than that. Yeah, Sector, but I'm Garrus in Mortal Kombat 11. So
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
there's
I'm a
another one-
huge Mortal Kombat fan from day one, and when I got to create a new playable character, I was over the moon. And then when I went in, they told me I was also playing Sector, who's my favorite MK character ever. I lost my mind. So
Well, you and I might have a bit of a fight, because I actually like Cyrax a little better.
I love
Yeah.
Cyrax, actually. I love Cyrax, but especially in MK3, when they had the character announce screen, the way they announced Cyrax, it was like this super chill, calm thing. It was Cyrax. It was like the most soothing thing ever, and then it's Cyrax. So it was,
Although my favorite MK character is Striker. Striker's my favorite.
Cyrax sounds like something you would get at the pharmacy anyway, so it might as well sound calm.
Either it sounds like
Or-
that, or it sounds
yeah.
like an assassin's name.
Oh, Blues Doodles is following us.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Blues Duels. That's
Thank
very
you.
helpful. Thank you.
So,
And Blues says, unfortunately, I can't donate right now, but I hope I can still lend some support by being here. Yes.
Yeah, just being here is enough as well. Definitely.
Yes. Your presence
it's
is
appreciated.
welcome.
I gotta say as well another thing. So I guess now that we know that you are big on Mortal Kombat, how did it feel playing Raiden?
I can't even tell you what it was like to get to do that because I mean one of the original OG characters. So and yeah, those because I had to play Cyrax and Kintaro or Sector and Kintaro on those two. But yeah, playing Raiden, oh man, that was a joy just because it's Raiden and the movies are really cool. And it's a slightly different take and version of the story. But yeah, absolute joy. I was geeking out the whole time I was there.
Also,
we have
Gray,
someone in the Gray. We have someone in the chat that's saying that they can't hear the game audio or the notification audio for
Wait, really?
the widgets. Yeah.
Can they not? Let me
hold
check
on.
my phone real quick. I need to do a little
How
quality
did
control
I-
test. So, hold up, everybody. Sorry about the quality
Yes.
control, but sometimes this happens, unfortunately. That's the
Yeah.
one drawback to live streams versus post-production video.
Yeah, definitely.
The Coco will just stand in judgment of you.
So it's pretty much like real life then. Okay, like real life. I got it.
The Coco are watching you. They're observing you. They're wondering what has happened.
Might need to
Oh.
turn the game volume up just a tad.
Yeah,
dear.
Lars, we apologize for that. The Coco are judgy AF, says Luke the Boss 7. Yes, they are.
Yeah, let's turn that up just a little bit, and let me also look at the...
Thank you for your
problems.
feedback, people. It's very much appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Microphone. So that's on chat like it should be.
Welcome, CMCB. And it's Lars says hello to Ian and Dave.
Hi.
So, everybody, is the game audio coming out now?
Obviously, I'm hearing it since... oh, there's
No.
Lars is still not hearing it.
I don't know what is going on here.
I have no idea.
Here, let me check.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Okay, because it's just Sonic. Nobody needs to hear what he says anyway.
Yeah, you're right. Like you're
right.
right,
This
Lars.
is the
CM
Bumblecast and Knuckles.
DMC
this isn't
says he
Sonic
hears
Frontiers
the audio just a tad
That's right.
bit.
So, that's probably because the game audio is down at 26.
Uh-huh.
So, let me try boosting it up just a little bit more. So, people at home, I have it currently set to 39. Let me know if that's any better. 'Cause
Bumblecast IRL.
Because obviously on the
That's
pause
awesome.
screen you can't hear anything. So I boosted the audio in the game to 39, so let me know if that's an issue or not, please.
This is something I'm gonna have to live with.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to live with the amplified volume.
Lars says no audio at all. What?
What?
I was not anticipating this happening.
Me either.
Hold on. Game audio.
Hello, Emerald Mixtape. Thank you for following.
Yes, thank you. So let me try something with Streamlabs OBS real quick. Let me try getting rid of the speaker element and try bringing it back in.
And he says and notification audio.
I really don't know what this is all about.
I have no clue.
Is this something that everyone in the chat is experiencing, or is this just one person's feedback?
Just one
Yeah, I was wondering about
No,
that too.
it's a couple people's replies.
Maybe
Okay.
it was placebo before because I don't hear it at all now. Really?
Well, if you're on the pause screen, you're not going to hear audio because the pause screen's dead silent anyway.
Right.
No, but there's someone else that's on the chat that's saying that they can't hear it.
Okay,
Yeah, there's no
so
game audio. Scruffy Matt 42 is saying there's no game audio.
let
Yeah.
me see if I can fix this somehow.
I am so sorry, guys.
I'm sorry, too. I mean, I should definitely be sorry since I'm the streamer here.
Well, clearly Dave's just going to have to reprise his role, and I'm going to have to do my best Roger impression for the rest of the stream.
You know what?
That's right.
You know what? I'm all for this.
So
I'm all for this. This is my audition reel. Is somebody looking at me over there?
Here's my imitation of Mike Pollock as Eggman. Curse you, Sonic!
I agree with that sentiment, by the way.
Okay, so I've switched audio sources. Let's see if this changes
Thank you,
things.
Lars. Thank you. You're too
Yes.
kind.
Thanks for reassuring us. Does it sound any better now, people at home? I was really not anticipating this happening.
I'm going to turn on the Twitch audio just to make sure. Really? Still none?
Still no game audio.
Huh.
Are you kidding me?
This is unforeseen. This is...
What?
I don't know what
This
to
is
say.
gonna be a. I can tell this is gonna be a fun episode.
Oh.
I feel so terrible. I cannot tell you two how bad I feel.
Do you understand the situation we're in right now? We could have the writer of Sonic Frontiers, Ian Flynn, and the voice of Knuckles, and Sector, and Raiden.
Guys,
just step in
I
and
don't know what to say.
redub the lines. We could get a live performance, and I could step in and just be like, "Howdy, fellers."
Also, yeah, technically yes, it is a Bumblecast episode now.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to get rid of an audio property and bring it back.
Also, I'm turning up my mic volume a little bit.
Man, I'm terribly sorry, Dave and Ian. I'm sorry.
Ugh.
Not hurt me any. I'm good.
It's the way you live by the tech, you die by the tech, you know?
Pretty much, yeah.
Exactly.
There's no doubt about that.
So,
Oh, believe me, yeah, we re-recorded every session for everything at home for 2 years. You know,
CMCB says that personally it doesn't bother them, but yeah, I mean it's bothering us. That's the problem.
wait a minute. I think I might have found it.
Oh, good.
So, let's see if this solves the problem. Let's put the game on 27 just to check. Headset microphone. Yes, that should be fine. Okay. I think I might have resolved it. So, people at home, can you hear it now?
Waiting for yes, they can hear it.
Okay.
yes.
So I can confirm with you guys, I now know what was wrong. Even though Streamlabs OBS was set properly, and by the way, I should turn the game audio back down. That was a bit loud. But the problem Mario, what are you doing here? Get out. It's not your time.
That wasn't a Mario. That was I don't even know what I was doing.
That was Mario.
That was Mario.
No.
Just
this
because
is
of
Mario.
Just because Nigel and I are going to be seeing Charles Martinet and Roger Craig Smith at Too Many Games next month doesn't mean Mario is allowed to invade the live stream.
Yeah, get out of here.
But what I was meaning to say was, the problem was, even though Streamlabs OBS had the proper audio devices set up, I went to Sound Mixer, and for some reason, the input and the output devices were both set to the microphone, and that's why you couldn't hear the game audio. But again, I'm sorry, but now that that's behind us, let's wipe the slate clean, and let's carry on, knowing that we can now put this behind us.
Keep on and carry on.
Okay. So
Why do those Coco look like broccoli heads?
Wow. Yeah, you're right.
Talk to Knuckles. Okay, can we finally set Dave free?
I'm sure Dave's like, I'm here. I've been here this whole time, guys.
But I'm trapped in this thing, so.
Yeah.
Well, here, have your medals for being a warrior that the Dimension always needed. Or not the Dimension, the Sanctuary.
a warrior that was born on the island in the heavens. Sonic knows that. That's why he's giving that smirk.
Yay, Dave B. Mitchell is free, and Roger Craig Smith's hand is getting corrupted again.
Oh, no!
Some rescue. I'm still half ghost. I'm working on it, okay? What's going on with you? Just a little side effect of the island's weird energy. What are you doing so far from home? I was investigating some strange ruins when I was transported here, then got trapped.
We're all paying attention
Never
to the
a
game,
dull
aren't
moment
we?
with you.
Definitely.
Just bring me up to speed.
Scruffy Mad 42.
Listen, help me find the Chaos Emerald so I can beat up some big robots. You'll be free and back to guarding the Master Emerald in no time.
Well, those of you who have not seen this game yet,
Sounds like a plan.
watch Sonic Frontiers Convergence to find out more about where Knuckles came from. How Knuckles got in there.
You
Oh
are
my-
the key.
If I can be allowed a moment to geek out,
This technique.
Uh-huh.
jeez, Dave, the line reads on that short animation were just impeccable.
Oh,
They
thank
were.
you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
were
when-
awesome.
When you write copy, you have like an idea of how you want it to be read, but it's really up to the director and the voice actor. And no, like exactly as I envisioned it. If not,
There's-
just loved it.
There's
Yeah.
nothing that I would rather hear. So that's awesome. Thank you. And I mean, honestly, it was a joy to do too. I mean, it just so much depth and character and story. I remember the first time I actually got to see the whole thing. I was like, man, this is really well done.
Oh, so you have seen this whole game?
No, I haven't seen the game, but I'm talking about the Convergence, the short.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Yeah, when
so
I first got to see that, I was like, oh man, this is good.
Sonic Frontiers Convergence, for those who are unaware, was a webtoon that they had released to coincide. No, it wasn't a coincide with the release of the game. I think it was something that was supposed to provide a
before
little
the
more
game.
explanation. It was before the game, but I think it was
Yeah,
meant to
yeah.
explain a little more of how Knuckles ended up where he was.
Small correction: Convergence was the online comic that went on the social media. Divergence was the animation.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Yep.
That's what it
Oh, and by the way, I feel like the elephant in the room needs to be asked. Do you chuckle like Roger, Dave?
No.
Yeah, because you'd rather flex your muscles, wouldn't you?
It's one of those things, yeah.
hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell.
Precisely.
Lars says, just to say, I really love the Knuckles short for Frontiers. You did a wonderful job on it, Ian.
Thank you very
And-
much. It was definitely a team effort, though. Like the direction from Tyson, the delivery by Dave, everybody at Powerhouse, like everyone made a concentrated effort, and it came out just immaculate.
Yes, indeed.
Actually, one of my favorite lines that I've done as Knuckles is from that,
Which line would that be?
which is, "Oh, an ambush, your funeral."
Yes.
Love that line. I love that line.
Yes.
I never thought I would hear one of the creators of Frontiers, that being Ian Flynn, gushing over over an actor's performance.
Well, like Knuckles was always my favorite ever since Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Like he's just the coolest, and he kind of got pushed by the wayside for the longest time. And
Yes.
with Frontiers, one of the directions I received was, we want to make Knuckles cool again. We don't want him to be the joke character. And then when we got the opportunity for Divergence, it's like, okay, so we're just going to have an episode of just Knuckles being badass. All right, let's distill him into everything that we know and love about him.
Yes,
So
True
this
Maroon,
was-
There you go.
yes,
So this
yes.
was just the golden ticket. This was just to bring the Knuckles that you wrote in the comics to animation.
Well, it was stressful too, because this is a big project. It's going to get a lot of eyes on it. You want
Yeah.
to make sure you do it right.
Well, and I'll tell
exactly.
you, for me too, the big thing is like, it's one of the trickiest things you could ever do as an actor is take over a role from somebody else, particularly somebody who was great in the role and is beloved. So
Oh.
it was not that easy coming in, and for Team Sonic Racing and Olympic Games, they're much more arcadey, and there's not a lot of like Knuckles characters so much. So really, at that point, it's still me just kind of trying to continue on what Travis had established, and not really getting to kind of dig into any of the characters. So when this came along, and they told me from day one, this is going to be darker. It's a more grounded version of Knuckles. It's just to get to play that and really dig into the character was an absolute joy. And and I'll tell you, one of the nicest things was just the reception that we got from the fans and the community too. The fact that everybody just seemed to really love it and appreciated where we went with it. So yeah, it was a joy to do, and it's kind of like the first time I kind of got to really do sort of my version of Knuckles, which, we're all like multiple actors in on these parts because these games have been around for so long. So, so this was a chance for me to kind of, establish this is my Knuckles and this is where Knuckles is at now. And obviously the writing, made all of that possible.
I was gonna say that was actually gonna be one of my questions for you, Dave. Was like the fact that you took over for Knuckles had to be big shoes to fill.
Oh yeah, I mean, anytime you take over a role, it's always tricky because it kind of doesn't matter, at least initially, what you do. You're always going to be compared to the person that came before you, particularly if people really liked it. So whether you're good or terrible doesn't necessarily make a lot of difference initially. And I'll give you a little anecdote that you'll appreciate. So when I was in Telford for Wales Comic Con a couple weeks ago, Mark introduced me to Peter Davison, and I'm a lifelong Doctor Who fan. So when I met him, I told him, I said, I have to tell you, when you took over from Tom, I hated you. He looked at me and I said, but let me be clear, it wasn't you that I hated. I just hated that you weren't Tom. But very, very quickly, you became one of my favorite actors in the role, and to this day, you are still hands down one of my all-time favorite actors to play the Doctor. So,
yeah.
Once I was able to give him the chance of what he was doing as opposed to just you're not Tom. I absolutely just, and he's still till this day, he's Tom Baker's still my number one, but co-second is Tennant and Peter Davison. So.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it, actually, because I guess the closest thing for me probably is all the different times that Batman's been portrayed.
Sure. Including by Roger.
I forgot. He was in the Arkham series. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was in those games too. I was secondary characters. But
wait, you were in the Arkham series with Roger? I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, no, I was Gotham Thug #3 and those guys. And then also in the because he also did Batman in the Batman Unlimited animated films, and I'm Clayface in those movies.
Wow. Yeah, that was something I was going to note, that you're Clayface in the Unlimited films.
Yeah. Roger and Roger, we've been friends for years, and we've been in a lot of stuff together.
Scruffy Matt 42 says Matt Smith for life.
That's what's great. I mean, there's not a Doctor actor that I don't like. Just those guys happen to be my favorites. So.
Right.
Matt Smith was brilliant. He was fantastic.
Oh, there was another. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I gotta say, you never forget your first Doctor.
Well, that's a lot of it, because for me, I came into Doctor Who in 7th grade in 1981. So my first episode was Genesis of the Daleks. So I'm like, you couldn't have a better introduction than that, especially to Tom's era. So, that absolutely, and he played it for longer than anybody else did too. So there's more episodes with him.
Right, and plus, I was gonna say though, my first Doctor, David Tennant.
I loved him. I mean, when they brought the show back, because you have to remember Sylvester McCoy was the 7th, and then the Paul McGann thing, and so when I was at the second day at Telford, the 3 people next to me, their tables next to me, were Sylvester McCoy, Paul McGann, and Peter Davison. So I'm like, what? Just loved him. But then there was that big hiatus, and then they, when they came back with Eccleston, I thought Eccleston was brilliant, and Billy Piper. I mean, do I need to even say anything about Billy Piper?
Yeah, you don't need. Yeah, just.
I mean, for me, it's like her and Sarah Jane are my 2 companions, and again, tons of them that I absolutely love. But those are the gold standard, both of them. So.
Right. Also, we have a question from Scruffy Matt 42. So here's something I've been wondering about. What's the story behind the memory tokens? Are they supposed to represent Sonic's buddies, or the Coco they befriended? Do the medals represent Knuckles being a warrior, or are they for the Coco Knuckles be friends? Ian, would you be willing to answer that?
They're meant to represent the character. So it's, Amy's love for the world is represented in hearts. Knuckles as a warrior and as, former commander of the global forces in Sonic Forces gets medals, and Tails being a mechanic gets wrenches.
Yeah. Makes me wonder why Sage gets hearts too.
Probably because they ran out of time.
Oh.
And speaking of ran out of time, I almost ran out of life, so I'm starting that stage again.
Or you
Oh,
could
no.
argue that, by that point, the story Sage has found her heart as a true living individual.
Oh, you're right. That's true.
See, this is why you talk to the writers.
Yes.
We can spin anything into gold.
Yes.
No, that was totally intentional. Did you not get the symbology? Let me explain. Give me 5 minutes. Oh, crap. Sure. Yeah, just work.
Now you see, Superman is like in a cross position because he's a savior. So there you go.
And we're starting this again. But yeah, keep it up. I'm loving this talk.
So, Ian, before I jump to Ian, Dave, there was another thing that I wanted to bring up. So, as I was doing a little bit of research, and the music suddenly just started getting super loud.
Of course.
Okay. So I was doing a little bit of research, and something that I came across. One of your first voice acting gigs was for the show Little Bush.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't one of my first. It was one of the first you would probably see credits for after I moved to LA. But yeah, it was certainly one of the first ones I did out here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That actually started. Weirdly enough, there used to be a cell provider called Amped Mobile. They're defunct now, but they were one of the first sort of cell providers that was doing original content just for their subscribers. So they did Little Bush as a little 5-minute animated things for Amped Mobile, and then Comedy Central picked it up and they kept the cast. And so we ended up doing 2 seasons of that for Comedy Central.
That's cool.
Wow. Lars has a question for Ian. Can Ian write a story about Sonic on the journey to the grocery store and back? I would read that, LOL.
So would I. That makes you and me both, Larry.
Yes.
Sure, but that'd be like a page.
Journey. You can see it's like Dante. He took from there. He's got the 9 levels of the journey to the grocery store.
This just sounds like, I feel like this would be a situation where you could legitimately write something where it's like, oh, how does Sonic start his journey? Grocery store. Actually, you know what? Kirby games start like that. Kirby games start like that. All it takes is someone to steal Kirby's food, and that's the end of it. All of a sudden, Kirby's fighting some kind of Eldritch abomination. I can see where this goes.
And this is starting to sound like Sonic starring in Kevin Smith's Clerks. Like,
I can't
Sonic
believe
going,
this.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Oh, this is Sonic in an episode of regular show. He just went to go get the groceries, and all of a sudden summon the great Eldritch God from underneath the waters. Gaia came back and just broke apart the waters. The planet is in pieces, all because Sonic wanted to get some eggs, and now he can.
Yeah,
He just wanted to make a really good omelet.
Lars
And
says
then the final boss level, he has to fight Cthulhu, and then it's all over.
Oh no, that's exactly right. Cthulhu, Sonic and the Curse of Cthulhu.
There you go. Perfect.
I was gonna say, we already had a pretty short comic of Jet the Hawk trying to reacquire his calzone that was supposed to be from his microwave, so why don't we just make an episode why don't we just write a comic where Sonic goes to the grocery store?
yes, that wacky Cthulhu, says Scruffy Matt 42.
Also, one other thing I want to note: happy cows come from California.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah.
What was this?
That was one of the ones I remembered as a kid.
Well, I wasn't even the original guy that did that. They'd done that for years, and then they redid all the spots. So I ended up doing the second version of it, which was like 2005, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Okay.
I know that. That's
Nice.
I know that's one of the things that I remember here. I remember just doing a little bit of research on it. I've been on a binge of looking up nostalgic commercials. So the Happy Cows ones, that was like, oh shoot, that's Knuckles.
Yeah.
Yeah, great cheese comes from Happy Cows. Happy cows come from California.
Oh yeah,
California cheese.
that's so good.
Or how about I was the voice of Jimmy Dean for about 5 years up until
You were the voice of Jimmy Dean.
Yeah, so,
Wow.
fight the morning fade in under 300 calories. Jimmy Dean, shine on. Those were me with all the commercials.
Oh my
with the sun.
god,
Yeah.
your voice is so fit for that.
Mike Pollock does the same thing. It's always amusing whenever I hear other voice actors in commercials and whatnot, because it's like, oh, Mike Pollock is doing a kids commercial about some easy bake oven. I don't know what it was, and I'm like, okay, I just can't stop thinking that's Eggman. Or it's like I hear your other roles too, and it's like, oh, something's clicking in me. It's like this is really good, but then it's like, is that Knuckles?
Lars
Do I hear
me
Knuckles
this
now?
morning.
You know, something else that dawned on me, just before you read Lars's comment, I forgot. Remember when Roger Craig Smith did a Pizza Hut commercial for stuffed crust?
Oh, he did Pizza Hut for like a year.
Yeah.
Introducing your new stuffed crust pizza. It's a never-forcing pizza creation, only $4.99 at your local Pizza Hut.
And he's been the voice of like all of the offer voice for Dodge Ram for the last few years.
I didn't know Roger was doing cars too.
Oh
when you
my
hear the Dodge Ram commercials, you know, save $2,500 on the Dodge Ram. $2,500. That's Roger.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And it's funny because Roger went on vacation one time, and so they actually had me fill in and do like a week's worth of those commercials.
Wow.
So, yeah,
No
which was
Budget
funny.
Media is rating with a party of 1.
No budget media, huh?
Woo!
Hey Jerry, how are you, my friend?
Sonic going on wacky adventures like learning how to drive in one of the comics makes a comic about him going to the grocery store sound entertaining too. Seeing Sonic do regular things can be oddly funny in my opinion. I really like the one where classic Sonic learned how to drive says Blues Doodles.
Oh, from the IDW comics, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, really.
That sort of now is making me think of Goku learning how to drive.
No, what I'm thinking about more so before I jump to Ian, Dave, I gotta ask you, how did it feel to voice Steve Austin?
Oh, we got a donation.
Slam City?
Oh, we got a donation?
Donation.
$5 from
Oh, thank you, Professor Scruffy Meat. Scruffy Matt? Oh,
Scruffy Meat?
Scruffy Matt.
Yeah.
But
Thank you, Scruffy.
Thank
Yes.
you so
Now
much.
I want to be Professor Scruffy Meat.
Yeah, pitch that to Sega. Pitch that to Ian even. He's right here. Pitch that to Ian. Call someone
Let's
right
do it.
now.
Let's do it. So thank you for the donation. by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that was doing Steve Austin. That was fun because it was like the WWE thing, and those were fun. Those little shorts were pretty entertaining, and it was fun to be Steve Austin because Stone Cold said so. That was fun.
I gotta say, honestly, it's just amazing just looking this stuff up, because I didn't even know that there was a WWE Slam City. And so it's just, this is something I need to look up now.
Wow.
And that's cool. Like,
Yeah,
that's
they
cool
were
that
really
did a
fun.
stop
They were
motion,
fun and
but-
funny putting them in those like everyday scenarios together, but having their big wrestler personalities. It was a lot of fun.
Scruffy Mad 42 says, Professor Scruffy Meat, my arch nemesis, to meet again at last for the first time for the last time.
Well, it may not be the last time, and you just heard from Dave himself. He wants to make Professor Scruffy Meat a character.
That's right. Maybe I can convince you to use his pencil to create that character.
That sounded like Professor Crocker a little bit. Wait, Professor Crocker?
Professor Crocker?
Mr.
Professor
Crocker.
Crocker?
Mr. Crocker, he's
Dude, we're creating new characters left and right here. This is like a gold mine of character creations.
Very good parents! Very good parents! Very good parents!
Yeah, Nigel, no, you gotta stick to that. Professor Crocker.
Yes,
He's
Professor-
no longer the teacher. He's the professor.
I am now your college teacher, Timmy Turner!
I'm your college teacher. I can't do Crocker.
And someday,
I'm now your
I'm
college
going
teacher.
to find existence of very good parents!
This is grand.
I can't do anything Carlos or Missy
Uh,
has done. 'cause
That
it's
was
a
the
very
closest I could do.
focused-
Oh yeah, that was Carlos Lazarkai, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was.
I wonder if Professor Scruffy would be friends with Professor Pickle.
And it's, by the way, it's Alice Rocky.
Oh, Alice
Oh,
Rocky.
okay.
Thank you for correcting me on that. I got that wrong for 2 whole decades.
Something you have to know. I'm bad with pronunciation, so if I mispronounce the name, just correct me.
Well, and the fact is, you'll see things people talk about when people mispronounce a word, well, one, if particularly when they use the word correctly, they know what it means. And all it really suggests is that they haven't heard it. They read it. So they acquired the information. It's just they'd never heard it out loud before. So I always think there has to be allowances made for that sort of thing. It's like, you know what you're talking about. You just never heard it. You read it, and you read it in a way that made sense. So
Right.
yeah, I would never come down on somebody for that because, you know, the idea of, I read something and learned. Oh, well, good. Okay, cool.
No
And
question.
Look at that. Sonic landing in the desert without getting injured.
I'm still trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go from here. I haven't touched this game in quite a while. I haven't touched it since around the time my dad passed away.
We had plenty of time. We had plenty of time to discuss other things. So I mean,
Yes.
by all means, I'm ready. I'm ready to pick. Ready to pick Ian Flynn's brain.
Yes. and Dave.
Oh, a brain pick. That sounds violent.
David Ian, let me poke your brain.
I mean, pick your way, but you might have to dig a little bit to actually find anything.
I should start using that phrase
if
more
you use
often.
An actual brain pick. There's bound to be some sort of damage done, which So there goes. There went a great idea for a book. Thanks. Now I forgot math.
It's fine. I'm sure a little bit of Dane Bramage never hurt anybody.
Dave Bramage.
I got no mind to lose. I'm in love with me. I'm a teenage lobotomy.
Is that Green
So-
Day?
No, that's the Ramones.
Oh.
So I've got to ask, if you were to get two of the most obscure Sonic characters in a room, and they were just like, okay, we need you to write a very interesting story. Like, I'm just gonna give two wide ones from like the widest scales. Like, I want to say, I'm probably gonna get the name of one of these people wrong, but it was a salesman in the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I think it was Wes Weasley.
Yep.
You could get Wes Weasley and Dave, I think Dave the intern from Sonic Boom.
Oh yeah, that's Roger
in
Craig
a room
Smith.
together. How would you write that comic?
Well, here's the deal, Pally. He's going to tell him how to get out of the Mad Parker industry. He'll tell him to get his life together. And
I'm
Dave,
not that creative.
I'm not that creative. I'm just trying to become evil. Otherwise, I'll lose my job.
more or less, yeah.
I love Dave the intern for how much of a wimp he is.
Yes.
I'm just thinking about these bad takes. Like, honestly, it'd be a lot of fun to try to just compile all the most obscure Sonic characters, and then people are just gonna be like, "Who's Wes Weasley? Oh, who's this person? Who? Dingo? Dingo? Who's
Those people
Dingo?"
clearly have not seen Sonic Boom. And
No,
Luke,
no.
Luke the boss
People-
says, I'm gonna be honest, we need a 4-issue run of Sonic Man comics.
Oh, jeez. We'd have to pay Ian a very good sum of money for him to make a whole series of fan comics based off what we're
yeah.
talking about.
It's just
Get your agent on the phone, Ian. Let's do this.
No,
See,
I'm supposed to-
Knuckles himself wants it.
somebody in this stream was like, "Write that down! Write that down!"
I have one condition, though. Blaze the cat has to be the main character because Blaze is best character. Do not steal my statement.
We are.
I love how much of a tangent we've gone on.
I don't even know that wasn't really the true question, but the one that I was going to ask is that one of the first one of your television writing credits was for Sonic Boom, and Ian, I wanted to know how did that go about? How were you approached? Did they just let you in on the set? Did they just let you write an episode, or how did that work?
No, it was, we were doing the Sonic Boom tie-in comic, and they had the showrunner, Bill Freeberger, and some of the show writers contributing scripts. And at the time, I was writing the second Sonic and Mega Man crossover. And my editor showed Bill what I was doing, and it was right around the time we were doing the third act. So we had 16 licenses coming around. We had all these characters coming together for fun and shenanigans. And Bill was impressed. He's like, "Hey, this guy ain't bad. Is he interested in TV?" And of course I was. So he, offered me a chance to pitch a few scripts. We workshopped them a bit, and they picked up 2. They went to the writer's room for a little bit of massaging, and there you go. I got to write a couple episodes of Sonic Boom.
Ah,
Awesome. It's just, that's all it is. That's all there is to it.
Which episodes, namely, did you write, actually?
Anything you can do, I can do worser. And the Augman out.
Title.
The Augman out. It's been a while since I've seen Sonic Boom. I'll need to go back and rewatch the series.
There were season 2 episodes, right? Like, I think they
Yeah.
were season 2. Because I think those are the 2 season 2 episodes. And then, I know I was going to ask, too, because I know that one of the things that I definitely been paying attention with you has been the crossover stuff. Like, the crossover stuff, the Sonic Archie stuff. Like, we had just the most insane crossover between Sonic, Beautiful Joe, Mega Man, Billy Hatcher, Alex Kidd. How did that process go? Did Sega and Capcom just tell you, "Oh, sky's the limit"? Was there something that you couldn't do in that crossover that you want to do?
The only 2 franchises that I asked for and was told no were Phantasy Star on Sega's end and Phoenix Wright on Capcom's end.
Those would have been fantastic if you had gotten to write those.
we have a question from Scruffy Matt 42. Wasn't Sonic Man going to be a thing in the Archie comics before they got canceled?
Yeah, what we were going to do was full Lampoon, and the Sonic Man was going to be part of a Super Sentai show.
Oh.
The idea was that Sonic and his friends had become such global celebrities, having saved the world so many times, that they were being utilized as inspiration for a Super Sentai show. So there was going to be a Sonic Man, a Knuckles Man, a Cream Woman, and Tails Boy, I think.
Boy.
Well, Tails is...
And Amy Woman, yeah.
Ah.
And it kills me because Tracy Yardley did designs for all of them.
Those are out there. Those are out there online. Like, I remember seeing those, and I was really disappointed to find out that never came to fruition.
Yeah, the premise was going to be that Eggman's insulted that he's portrayed as a goofy Saturday morning villain and invades the set during the shoot. And so
It's very meta. I like that.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
so, Sonic Man and crew actually have to be heroes and help stop Eggman on set.
Oh, yeah, that would have been awesome.
I do gotta say though. So Sega outright rejected the notion of having Phantasy Star characters in that crossover. Has there ever been kind of a notion of maybe writing the comic for them with the Phantasy Star characters? Has that ever come up to mind? Because I know some people out there that would pay good money for a Phantasy Star comic book series.
I haven't been aware of any such talks, but that's just me. Also, it begs the question: are we talking OG Phantasy Star 1 through 4? Are we talking PSO, PSO 2? Which flavor of Phantasy Star? They
You have
would work, sure,
Yeah.
but there's so many possibilities.
You have a point, because the original Phantasy Star story has nothing to do with like Phantasy Star Online and then Phantasy Star 2 and then New Genesis. They all seem to kind of act as, I'm not going to call them anthologies. They seem to be loosely connected by certain elements. But
They follow similar motifs and characters and themes, sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know, if you were to return to the OG series, it might have to be just kind of like its own thing, because, I don't know, to me, 4 seems to wrap up the story pretty well. But in that vein, it wouldn't hurt to just do an OG Phantasy Star comic. Do what the others have done, take the general ideas and themes and whatnot and play with them.
Huh.
It'd definitely be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if anyone wants to see my special outfit for tonight, I just put it on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah, let's just say Nigel and I had a good laugh when we saw it.
Yes. Definitely.
Pidam20 is now following the
You're
platoon.
just leaving me out of the discussion.
Hello,
I
Big
enjoyed
Dan
that. I
20.
enjoyed that hat.
Yes.
Like I said, Ugandan Knuckles, eat your heart out.
Pig Dan 20 says, yo, yo, yo.
What up, Big Dan?
Howdy. That's all I can say, because that's what Ian says is howdy.
How many people do we have in the chat right now? Oh my god, we got 21 viewers.
No, 22.
To everyone who's tuned in so far, thank you so much. Even if you're here just to watch, just being here knowing what we're raising money for definitely helps every little way that you can imagine.
Yeah. I say howdy a lot too. Ian's brainwashing me and I don't even know it.
Well, the fact that any of you took your time out on your Friday night to come here and be with us and just raise awareness and raise money for this really important cause is greatly appreciated. Just know that we appreciate all of you for being here.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we all do.
And
Absolutely. If
To
you're
give-
just watching, that's great. If you're able to contribute, that's great. If you can help spread the word and get people to look at it, that's also great. In short, y'all are great.
Yes.
yes. And I was going to say, to give people any idea, this whole series has taken us 10 months to plan.
It has. Yeah.
I mean, it's a simple idea, definitely, but it also takes a lot of scheduling, a lot of promotion. There's a reason why it took us this long.
Yeah.
With so many moving parts, you guys have really done a great job. Just want to say.
Thanks so much,
thank
Dave.
you.
That means a lot.
Thank you so much. Pig Dan 20 says it's a pleasure being here and actually not missing something for once.
I know that feeling, especially as someone who does karate outside of his 40-hour-a-week job. It's easy to miss out on stuff you want to do. Sonic Symphony in LA this September.
What?
Yes, me and Larry, we will be at the Sonic Symphony.
Don't you mean Larry and you? Sorry for being a grammar nerd.
No, yeah, no, Larry and I, we will be there. Ha 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 ha.
Wow, Stalin, you have the most anticlimactic villain laugh I've ever heard. This is my best friend, people. This is the guy I've been dealing with for 13 years.
Oh yes, yes indeed, indeed.
And he
Yeah.
hasn't changed one bit, evidently.
Yes.
So
Still
Ian,
the
I do
same.
not-
Still the same old Stalin.
And yeah, that's my real name. It has nothing to do with the Russian dictator. Pretty sure anybody coming from my streams knows that I don't dictate the stream. I try not to dictate the stream.
Except for that one time on the night before my birthday when we were playing Colors Ultimate, that turned into a film podcast.
That was not my doing. I was trying to.
Oh yeah, that was
divert-
Kevin because he was upset they can't handle technology.
Yes.
But okay, this is rounding it
But
back.
you're just stalling for time.
Yeah, you're just stalling for time. Hee hee hoo hoo ha ha.
I remember that sitcom that was set during the 1950s in communist Russia. Same old Stalin. That was a funny show. That was a funny show.
What?
Was it made
The
by
Order
the
of
same...
Purge,
Wait,
and it's like, oh yeah.
What was it made by the same people who made How Honey I'm Home?
Yes, actually it was.
Oh my god, no! No!
When I made the joke, I'm like,
No!
oh, that was great.
No!
Wait. Are you being serious?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a real show. Did not last, as one might imagine. But oh yeah.
Man.
You're telling me that the same
Wow.
Heil Honey I'm Home also did another one called Famous Stalin.
Would you also consider Sonic Boom, the Sonic franchise's Teen Titans Go, like people scoffed at it at first, and then people actually watched and couldn't stop laughing, asked Luke the Boss 7?
It's all a matter of perspective.
Yeah, basically.
Personally, I've always thought Boom was entertaining. I thought the writing was clever.
Yeah,
No,
And not just the show, the comics are good too.
I'm just gonna jump in and say that I know that people keep bringing that as a comparison of, oh, I guess I don't know what the correct term of it is. Like I guess the safe term to say, since I'm not trying to be a dirty sailor for the streams. If you're on my Twitch streams, I'm a dirty sailor, but for this I'm trying to be a little more professional.
Well, yeah, I also have a mature filter on my Twitch channel, but for streams like this, which are meant to raise money for people who need it, yeah, there's a reason I try to be PG-13.
Pig Dan. Okay, I'm sorry, Pig Dan. He needs to know the context of who's talking. I'm Nigel the Nitpicker.
I'm Grey Gorilla.
And Stalin.
I am Pre-Sonic. I draw and I'm on the Twitter and the Twitch and I'm animating and stuff. I have a Twitch. Ooh, ha 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 ha. I don't. Oh Lord. Okay.
Mars,
okay.
Gray's in the middle of something right now, so he's gonna have to turn his mic down in a little bit after he beats this boss.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do that. Thanks for pointing that out, Larry.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to say the whole discussion about Teen Titans Go is that I personally feel like when people compare it, like, oh, Teen Titans Go is worse than Teen Titans, like, no, they're two completely different shows.
They are
apple oranges, and they both play to their strengths. And so Sonic Boom, I consider that in the same light. Where would you consider Sonic Boom the Sonic franchise of Teen Titans Go? You know, I always wonder what the creative process was for Sonic Boom, because I remember that it was a TV show second and a video game first.
Yeah,
before it became Sonic Boom, it was Sonic Synergy.
Right.
And so my understanding of it is that the show, I'm not sure what the creative process was in the writers of Sonic, because there was a point around season 2 where they kind of just went buck wild with whatever they could. Like there is a contrast in the writing for season 1 and season 2, where season 2 becomes hyper meta. They know what they're doing, and they just run the gamut. I always wonder if there was any way you could peek inside the writer's room. Anything at all. I legit forgot. I forgot what I was going to say.
Like you always do, Stalin.
Oh, great.
I got heavily distracted by How Honey on Hole. I'm sorry. That is a show that
we should not even mention because it deserves to burn in a pit of fire.
Exactly.
It's yeah.
But because Lars suggested I take my mic volume down a little bit, I'll make sure I fix that now. Thank you for pointing that out, Larry.
Oh, you want to take my volume down? No.
No, Nigel, you suck. That's all I can say.
Okay. So Ian, what I was gonna ask, so for the longest time, people have been pointing into games as the writer, or at least, well, okay. I should probably ask more than anything. How are you?
We got a donation.
Oh, we got a donation. Oh, what for
Kwame.
Oh, Kwame, thanks for the donation
Kwame,
again.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Kwame, my girlfriend.
Glad to donate for a great cause and cool to hear one of my favorite writers and voice actors on stream.
We're really glad you showed up for this, Kwame. We saw you last week and we're glad to see you again, my friend.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, Kwame's another friend of mine. And he's a major Sonic guy who... There was a time that I fell out of Sonic in college because of some bad social experiences I was having, but thanks to people like Stalin and Kwame, they were a big part of the reason why they helped me rediscover why Sonic's an important part of my life, so I owe it to both of them.
Okay, so Ian, I just have to ask, how were you approached to write the English script for Sonic Frontiers?
They emailed me.
That's simple. Wow, that's cool.
It really isn't that more dramatic. It was just I put in my time. I impressed the right people. Recommendations were made, and there was a shift internally on what they wanted to do. So I got
bribes were paid,
saying,
blackmail,
Pink slips had to be delivered in order for Ian to get the promotion.
compromat, hinted at, it's the usual stuff. How I get jobs.
Yes. They make you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah, that's funny because I get asked the question a lot of time in interviews and stuff like, how did you end up coming to work on this project? And my answer is always, I auditioned for it.
Isn't that how
Hey,
that,
would
isn't that
you
how
like
that
to
works,
write
though?
for a game
Yeah.
that
I mean, the
spent
nice thing is,
career on? Yeah, sure,
yeah,
why not?
Yeah. Well, it's nice because after a certain amount of time, I've been at this a long time, so I do get offered jobs, I do get requested for things, and this actually was Jack Fletcher brought me in when Travis left. He brought me in to have me audition for it and said, hey, I think I think you'd be a good fit for this. So big thanks to Jack, who I absolutely freaking love. Who's a great director and just a really great guy too. But yeah, that's how most of the jobs you just get them. You audition or you submit something, or hopefully your body of work stands out and people maybe know who you are and know your work. And then you get the opportunity and you run with it whenever it's presented to you. So.
I gotta say, Dave, I absolutely love your take on Knuckles. Like, it is. I think Frontier. The thing with Frontiers, and it's something that I really, really appreciate about Frontiers, is just everybody's nuanced. There's a very nuanced performance, and you really do give your all with Knuckles. It just seems like this is like the most. This is probably the most emotional that we've seen Knuckles in any.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, certainly for me as an actor, that's true. And again, a lot of credit goes to Ian for that too, and everybody involved, just because everybody really brought it with this and created something that it is nuanced and it has depth and emotion and story, and it's connected and it's a lot easier to find all that stuff in a performance when everyone else has done such a good job giving you the sandbox to play in,
Yeah. So
Now
was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. I myself have a question for Dave, related to your profession.
Yeah.
I have asked this question to Mike Pollock, and now, as of last Friday, Cindy Robinson. Yeah. First off, have you ever cried in any of your roles? Second, how intense was it?
Yeah, actually. In fact, I can tell you specifically, there was a great game that came out a few years ago called Tell Me Why. It's an entirely narrative-driven game made by a French company. That they made a couple other games before that were really lauded for the depth of character and the dialogue and how real and great it was. And I was playing a character named Sam Kansky. Sorry, I'm distracted by myself. There's a scene where he's playing this scene with these two kids. So the whole thing takes place in Alaska. It's kind of a mystery element to it. These two kids who grew up there, then come back to town. Their mother had died, and they just kind of are trying to figure things out. And one of the kids had transitioned from female to male. And it was the first game, to my knowledge, I remember them saying this at the time, it was the first game where they had a trans lead character that was actually played by a trans actor.
Wow.
Wow.
And so yeah, I mean, and you talk about nuance and subtlety. It was really beautiful. And there was one scene I absolutely remember where I'm having this conversation with the two kids and basically just telling them what they've always meant to me. And Sam's an interesting character because he's having a hard time with the transition, but not because he's not supportive. He's having a hard time just because he's an older guy and it's all new to him, and he doesn't know how to do it right. So he says things, makes mistakes, but all along his point is, I'm really trying. If I screw up, please tell me, because this is new to me. I don't know how to do this, but I want to do it right because I love you and I want to respect you. So
Wow.
it's, I mean, it's heavy stuff. And there's a bit where he's talking to the kids about how much he loves them and how much they always meant to him. And I remember sitting in the booth as I'm delivering this dialogue, actually crying. And at the end of the scene, Amanda Wyatt, my dear friend and one of the best directors in business, I looked in and we're all just kind of looking at each other like, wow, okay, that was a moment. So yeah, that one sticks out to me just because I remember how emotionally involving that was. The fact that I actually was sitting in the booth crying while I was performing that scene.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
great game, by the way. You guys should check it out. I mean,
Also,
it's
$10 donation from OsJam.
thank you, OsJam.
They said, "Hello there. It's my first time donating on Twitch, but wanted to show some support. Wanted to say thank you to Ian for continuing to write for our Blue Boy, and to Dave for bringing another voice to a long line of voices for our knuckle-headed enchilada."
Enchiladas sound good
Thank you,
right about
OsJam.
now.
Getting a lot of familiar names on this one.
So,
Familiar to me, at least.
Oh, to you.
So Lars94 is definitely saying, so I included a link for Tell Me Why, but if people do want to play Tell Me Why, it is free on Game Pass. It is, from what I'm reading up, it is a really, really good game.
Yeah, only problem
And
is
it's
I'm a
beautiful.
PC
It's really
gamer these
beautiful.
days, so I don't even know if
Yeah?
I'll be able to get it on Steam or Epic Games, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Honestly, the fact that it is one of the first AAA video games to have a transgender person as the main character is definitely one of the big reasons to check this out. They put a lot
again, the story and the writing, it's really beautiful. I mean, it's very nuanced. It's very genuinely emotional. Some really great performances in it too. Erica Lindbeck plays the other one of the, and Erica's just magnificent. She's so good.
Yeah, I've heard Erica in a lot of stuff. I mean, I heard her.
Brilliant. She's brilliant.
Yeah, I
she's
heard
amazing.
her in Smiling Friends. She was in Mortal Kombat, and I also know, as of now, she is the voice of my favorite character in the canon, Blaze the Cat.
And Almo Chow.
Oh, is she Alma Chow? I didn't know that.
Almo Chow.
Oh.
And we were in Spider-Man PS4 together as well.
I had no idea.
Cool.
Yeah, I was Shocker in Spider-Man PS4. So
I was gonna bring that up. I was just waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Now, real quick before Stalin gets to that, I now know why there's familiar faces here tonight. It's because Scruffy Matt spread the word on Bumble Discord that Bray was doing this, and that Ian was coming on and all that, and hence all the Bumble showing up.
Thanks for spreading the word,
Welcome.
Scruffy.
That's
Yes,
awesome.
thank you,
Welcome.
Scruffy. Thank you very
Yes.
much. And by the way, let's not forget Bumble's Bounce.
That's a fact.
Yeah, maybe we should have Knuckles say that this Christmas, that Bumble's Bounce.
Yeah.
So, Lars is wondering who Dave played in the Spider-Man PS4 game.
The
Shocker.
Oh,
The Shocker?
yeah, Shocker. He's a
Yeah,
villain.
Shocker.
I'm sorry, when you said, I know that's the character, but when you said Shocker, I just thought of Wichita State's mascot for a moment.
Not quite. Yeah. Yeah, that was. I mean, that's honestly, that game is one of the best things I ever worked on. It just, from top to bottom, everybody brought their A game. The writing, the acting, the visuals, just every single element of that game was just absolute A-list. We got a chance to go see a bunch of the cutscenes. Not any of the boss battles, so like my stuff wasn't in there. Like a bunch of but the primary story with Peter and Mary Jane and Aunt May and Mr. Negative and all and Doc Ock. They cut them all together into basically like a movie, and they brought the cast and crew over to a movie theater when the game came out, and basically showed us all the cutscenes as a film. And I was sitting next to Dave Fennoy, and just every 5 minutes we would look at each other and say, "How can this be this good?" It's like, this is one of the best Spider-Man movies I've ever seen. It just, man, they just so brought it. And my involvement notwithstanding, it's actually my favorite version of Shocker, which has nothing to do with what I did. It's that the design, I love the visual design. And it kind of felt like Shocker was always really, really powerful. You know, he had Spidey on the ropes a couple of times in the comics, and I felt like when the first time I saw the animations of the Shock Gauntlets, I was like, that's the first time I've really got the feeling just how powerful Shocker is, and it's like he's no joke. So I absolutely love what they did with Shocker in that game, and for me to get to play him was just, again, I'm a lifelong nerd, geek, comic book fan, Star Trek fanatic, Star Wars, all of that stuff. So to getting to, him to bring one of the kind of iconic Spider-Man characters to life in an absolutely brilliant piece of work, I was geeking out every day I got to go to work on it.
Sounds like it was a real blast, which I have a bit of a question. I'm not sure exactly where this one came from, but I just thought of one that's a little more general. If you weren't a voice actor, what would you be doing as your full-time profession?
The two things that I set out to do when I got out of high school were I actually went to college as a musician. I was a saxophone performance major, but I love mostly been doing keys for the last 30 years or so, and I've done a couple of small scoring projects, some short films, some online content, things like that. If not that, it'd probably be composing and recording music. Because I still, if you look at the picture that I put with the, with the hat, you can see I'm sitting in my studio and one of my keyboards is sitting here, and it's still an everyday part of my life, and it 100% informs my work as a voice actor too. But you'll pretty much ask any of us, you'll find most of your top flight voice actors are also musicians, because there's just so much music to what we do, and we even speak in musical terms in sessions when we give directions. So probably that. Yeah.
Find someplace safe.
Man, that's a really long story, but that's a cool story to know, because music is something I'm not necessarily good at, but it's something I've always admired, so that's cool to know that's what you have aimed for.
Yeah, but nice.
Well, music is for everybody. It's not just for musicians. Music is mostly for people to enjoy. So
right.
That is true.
You don't have to be good at it. If you enjoy it and it's a part of your life, that's what it exists for. That's why it's there.
Yeah, that's a nice little segue, because back when I was in college, my original major was music therapy.
Okay.
Yeah, and not only that, funny thing, I didn't like get a degree in it or anything. However, I did get to experience like a brief little internship at a ward for people with Alzheimer's and dementia.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and wow. So I know, right? And
I didn't even know that piece, Nigel.
Yeah, during that, and during those sessions, real interesting to even interact with someone with Alzheimer's and dementia, because it's like you have a conversation with them in like the first minute, and then 2 minutes goes by, and they're like, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sad to know.
Right, but during a session though, like you can have them like
final warning. Leave.
During their long-term memory, they or like
was it warning?
During a session, like you play songs from basically their past, and you get them to remember like the darndest things, like way back when.
And in great detail too. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah. So yeah,
as if it was yesterday, but yesterday is not available to them.
Right.
It's heartbreaking.
It is.
Yeah, that's why I feel for anyone who has it, because it's not an easy disease to live with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Definitely.
And that's what we're doing here, is to try and help put an end to that. So
yeah, hopefully one of these days we'll find a cure for Alzheimer's disease, just like how we're finding, hopefully, cures for things such as HIV and stuff like that.
Yeah. There are people who've actually donated their brains to science after they've died. Well, particularly those who actually have had Alzheimer's and dementia for research on the disease.
Yeah, it's a noteworthy and noble cause, I must say, if you're willing to do that, because that can actually help end the disease too, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm going a little silent here and there. It's just I'm kind of multitasking.
Right.
No, you're good. I'm just waiting for. I'm gonna let you guys take the floor. 'cause I don't
I just
wanna...
wish Ian would shut up, man. He won't stop.
Oh shoot! I'm supposed to have my mic on.
Oh no.
That's not the mic.
He's been giving a monologue for the last 15 minutes with the most brilliant things anyone's ever said. It's like, oh, crap.
This is sort of like that story of Calvin Coolidge, like just like having someone at his dinner be like, "I'll bet this much money if you just say 2 words," and he says, "You lose."
Wow.
True story.
Because it was a few months ago. There was some article about how they found some unpredictable link with treating Alzheimer's. It had something to do with a completely unrelated disease and how it affects the body.
Wow.
And for the life of me, I can't remember any of the details, so I sound like an absolute idiot. Oh yeah, there was this thing where they did some research and they found some stuff about the thing, you know? That's like related. And it's
That sounds like something Knuckles would say, honestly.
Actually, that sounds like something Knuckles or Sonic would say to one another.
Well, I will say this, and I say this in all seriousness, and I realize I'm running a risk even bringing this up, but there's a really interesting bit of research that came out fairly recently that's saying that's, speaking about things that are unrelated, that Viagra can actually reduce the risk of the onset of Alzheimer's by some enormous percent.
What?
Like a colossal number.
Really?
And again, Viagra was not intended for what it ended up being sold as. It was actually a heart medication, and they realized, it has another effect, and we should sell it for that. But they found that, the number was a staggering number of the percentage of reduction that low dose Viagra had on Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I think I also heard in middle school that there's also a certain spice, I think it's turmeric, that can actually help prevent brain plaque from forming, and brain plaque is largely what causes Alzheimer's disease.
Right.
So I know a little bit about this. It's you're referring to, like, it's a 2021 study, correct? Like, it's a 2021 study that was it was the association of Viagra with the reduced risk of Alzheimer's, and I think recently, maybe like October 2022, they had come down to a conclusive study by the National Institutes of Health, and I guess Cialis. I'm sorry, not Cialis. I'm sorry, Cialis is one of the other ones. Like it's Viagra and Cialis that were determined that they don't reduce the risk of Alzheimer's and related dementias. But I'm looking a little further into it to see if maybe there is.
Actually, now I'm looking at it now. Yeah, the 2021 study, but then as of 2022. Another study said that there's no evidence. So, oops. Yeah, another one of those things that this is how
again,
bad information gets out there.
But once again, Knuckles would say something like this.
Well, no. Yeah. So, I think it's that there was a study that was going around, and I guess we needed further. I guess it just needed further research to conclude whether or not it's doable, but it is one of those things that that's just the ongoing research. That's the ongoing research.
That's what science does. The whole thing is that science is not a religion. It's science. The whole point of science is that you're going to get things wrong. It's basically best guess or best as we know at the moment, and then when new information comes in, you
refine it.
Adapt. Yeah, you adapt your position to reflect the new information. That's the beauty of real science, is that it's not about absolutes. It's about, when we find things that refute what we believed, we change the belief.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Rather absolute thing to say there, Obi-Wan.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, when you start a sentence with only, you're like, wow.
Only? Really? Like, it's like, really? Like, there's really no other...
Just feel like, it's typical of a Sith to deal in absolutes. Okay, well, I can accept that.
So Mayo Clinic suggests that there might be a possible treatment in the form of, let me see, I think it's Namenda. They don't
Menda?
stop the underlying decline and death of brain cells, but it can help. It can help boost the performance of chemicals in the brain that carry information from one brain cell to another. This is just something that I'm kind of looking at right now. Like just like these are current stuff that the Mayo Clinic have been discussing.
Fairly reputable organization. So yeah.
Recruiting the immune system. These are just things here and there that I'd probably just. If anybody would like to know a little more about it, I'm just going to leave it in the chat.
Oh yeah, by all means.
A little more important information in case anybody wants to go ahead and do research for yourself. Possible. You know, this is what science is. This is what we're playing the game for. We're playing it specifically for
I have no idea
we are
what
playing
your
it
deal is, but if we
specifically
could just talk-
to help
To fund this research.
to fund research for Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Alzheimer's to get rid of Alzheimer's.
Yes.
It's something that I know personally. For me, I don't know too many people that have suffered from it, but I know some people that have relatives and family members, parents that this is something that affects them deeply. So
I'm out. She attacked you.
anything we can do to help
But
with
she's
the
trying to
cause.
protect something or someone. I'm willing to help, but first I need to know what's going on.
That was actually an awesome moment from Knuckles just now.
You mean Dave?
No, you don't know what you're
Right.
talking
Yeah,
about.
Dave saved Roger.
Well, it seemed like the friendly thing to do.
Too trusting, Sonic.
I'm really impressed by your method acting, allowing yourself to become digitized like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's not just
And by
digitized in
way,
the game.
at
He's
the moment I'm still semi-translucent. So just yeah.
yeah, he's semi-translucent here on
Commitment to the
Skype.
role.
It's amazing how he can be two places at once.
It's true.
We call that projection, throwing your voice.
Ah yes.
And that's sort of why I'm method acting right now. I'm currently projecting.
I'm projecting a screen, haha.
The therapist says I need to stop projecting.
I think I'm about to projectile vomit.
Oh my god!
Oh no.
Do not want.
I think I'm about to projectile inquire.
Although, speaking of do not want, since we were speaking about Obi-Wan a moment ago, I was meaning to ask, have either Dave or Ian heard of Backstroke of the West?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what was it. I don't think.
I'll let Nigel explain this since he was the one who got me into film reviews.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, first, before I say anything, hello, Madam Mobius.
Hey, Ma'am Mobius, how are you doing, ma'am?
Yes, how are you doing? So now, so back when Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith was released, of course it was released worldwide, and it was released to where else? China. And so, now, full disclosure, the Chinese dub was already said and done, but someone, retranslated the entire script of Revenge of the Sith from Chinese back to English, and oh my god, the dubbing.
It's called transliteration. Yeah.
Yes, transliteration. Yes, someone
Yeah.
transliterated. Actually, more like transobliterated. More like transobliterated the script, and the results. Someone recorded this script and redubbed the entire movie with these lines.
That's amazing.
And the results are hilarious. And instead of people shouting no in this story, instead they shout, "Do not want!"
That's amazing.
Also, instead of the Senate, it's the Presbyterian Church. Anakin Skywalker is a la gold. Obi-Wan Kenobi is ratio tile, and my favorite one, because these are only some of the many screw-ups that are in this transliteration, my personal favorite one is C-3PO, and This is part of the reason why I have the mature filter on this channel. Blow the skin.
Hi. Hi there. Yeah, I can certainly see how that makes any kind of sense at all.
Yeah, totally.
I find it absolutely fascinating because what is it that it's trying to find?
I don't even know what direction that went in to have that be a thing.
I don't know either. It's one of the 7 mysteries of the world.
Yeah. Well, so this is only semi-related, but have you ever seen? There's a blooper from Hercules, Kevin Sorbo, where to the scene, and he ends up reading the stage direction as if it was a line of dialogue.
What?
So he's saying, you can find it on YouTube. It's hysterical. But he's saying something. He's getting angry about something, and he looks up to the sky and yells, "Upset!" Stage direction, but he reads it if it's this great proclamation. It's hysterical. You got to find it. It's on YouTube.
And what's this called?
It's too funny. It's just look up like Kevin Sorbo upset or Kevin Sorbo Hercules upset. I'm sure you'll find it.
Kevin Sorbo upset.
Nigel, please send me the URL to that.
Yes. Kevin Sorbo.
I don't know if this is the one. I don't know if this is it. I'm gonna go ahead and post it. I don't know if this is it or not.
Can you see that seal?
But I know that this is the show. It's the Hercules show, right? The one that came out in the 90s?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
The problem
Okay.
is,
I don't know if this video has it, where it's just upset!
Thanks for the concern. Anyway, if I can jostle the device holding the chain, maybe I can get it to reel it in.
Oh
Worth a
goodness!
shot.
I was going.
You gave me a
don't slip
10-minute
and fall.
blooper reel,
I can't
Stalin.
haul you out.
Oh, okay. I just remembered what I was going to ask. I had like the biggest brain fart.
What was it now, Stalin?
So,
Where do you
Dave
forget
was-
again?
Dave was bringing up the whole idea behind a lot of voice actors being musicians, and so it just inclined me to just, go on a whim and say maybe we could hear Knuckles sing some Queen. I don't know why. It'd be interesting.
Huh.
Knuckles just singing Killer Queen, but just talking about the Master Emerald.
Huh. Interesting.
Something like that would just always be intriguing to me. I don't know where these ideas come from.
Well, we already had Amy Rose and Mewtwo have a conversation last week.
We did have that last
Knuckles
week. We had,
rapping his theme song, LOL.
oh my goodness, that would be interesting. Knuckles rapping the theme song.
Aha.
Do you need a beat?
Wait, is this really happening? Or do we need a beat?
I think we're okay.
Okay. Yes, alright.
You need to side loop the bullet there, Gray.
Oh, thank you so much, Ian.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. What would I do without Mr. Flynn himself?
Run a few more laps, I imagine.
This bomb's about to go off.
Oh my god! Well, I wasn't
Some
even
days
paying
you just
attention to
can't
the
get rid of a
gameplay. I'm
bomb.
sorry, I'm getting so enthralled in the conversation. I wasn't paying attention to the gameplay. I didn't realize that we were at this point.
Radar about to be jammed.
Damn!
Gotta go above. No, you have to go above.
Aw, Bob Saget.
It's a target. It's basically a target at the top.
Well,
Yeah.
thankfully we have...
Trouble with the radar, sir.
You don't need that private. We're right here now. What is it?
I'm trouble with the radar, sir.
Now, what is it?
I'm having trouble with the radar, sir.
I've lost the bleeps, I've lost the sweeps, I've lost the creeps.
What? The what? The what?
Okay, I'm not just gonna quote Spaceballs
Okay.
this whole time.
Yeah.
I'm losing my
And one of the
train.
challenges with the script for segments like this is they didn't have the exact details of the minigame figured out yet, but I still
Well,
needed contextual dialogue. So a lot of this writing for intros like this are like, okay, how can I give you vague direction on what to do and make it seem in character when I have no idea what's going to be the end product?
And just like that, we drain the bathtub of the island.
I was gonna bathe in that.
Good job, Sonic. You got rid of the one water source in the desert.
No, there are 2 oases somewhere around here.
Well, why ruin a good desert? You know what I mean?
Gotta go thirsty.
Gotta go thirsty.
I go thirsty.
Now Big can't go fishing anymore.
Well, I guess that's the end of my career.
It's not like anyone lives
Was
here
draining
anymore,
the
Ian,
oasis
says
the
Madam
best idea?
Mobius.
Well,
No.
hey, you've revealed the way forward. That's what's important. Says you can't feel this heat. Oh well.
Sonic, you got some flesh on you. It shouldn't be overly hot.
You know, actually, this does raise the question though. How do they teleport? I take it it's just that idea. It's just that idea that cyberspace and their. Well, no. How does that work? How does that work within their world? Like within this universe, how are they intertwined between cyberspace and current reality?
The islands themselves are basically the hard drives, the server for cyberspace.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's
you-
what I thought.
So you kind of enter one area and can exit another. The difficult thing is, though, that when you are completely integrated into cyberspace, like the friends are, you can't really interact with the real world. You're stuck within the limitations of the cyber dimension.
Uh-huh.
And then that's the tragedy of what happens to Sonic later. Spoiler!
Yep,
Is that-
spoilers.
He gets, like, fully pulled between the 2 dimensions, so he can't interact with either.
So, looks like Scruffy Matt 42 is adding some new dialogue between Sage and Sonic. Sage says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sonic, "Just running around. Just running around. Just running around. Thwarting my plans. Thwarting your plans? Are you? No? Good. Cause that be bad. How bad? I have to kill you. That's pretty bad."
Yeah,
Why did it go so sinister near the end?
Wow.
I was about to say, Ian, you should hire this guy as your intern. They seem to know a thing or two.
Oh no!
Well, I can steal from Team 4-star myself. Thank you very much.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Ooh!
Oh, hello.
Shots fired.
No,
Where's the muffin
I know
button?
I know what you're doing, Scrubby. I know the nod. I appreciate it.
So, Ian, I must ask, one of the things that I've always wondered. So, I've noticed, I guess it's one of these just. I'm not going to say I'm a Sonic. Screw it, I'm a Sonic nerd. I don't. Something that I've noticed throughout the years with the writing is that I know Sega's kind of developed rules around how emotional characters can get. And so, with that said, I know that with a lot of the writing that you've done lately for Sonic, and a lot of stuff from the Archie comics, there's just been moments where Sonic has just broken down, crying. And I've seen some of the unused stuff. Like originally, I think it was Mobius 25 years later, I believe, where there is a shot of Sonic just devastated, in tears. And I don't remember what exactly. I know the revision was to make it less like that. Is there a general rule of thumb behind how much emotion you're allowed to showcase with the characters now?
There always has been. It just kind of varies from year to year, era to era, who's ever's doing the checks on it. And more or less, it kind of comes down to Sonic has to remain cool. And what cool is changes over time. But generally, he's not someone who's supposed to get overly emotional and like he's always supposed to be kind of casual and chill and in control. So absolutely losing it doesn't necessarily fly for most approval processes. In the context you're referencing, for the story itself, he finds out that because he meddled with time, he erased his children. And the entire life he built up over the course of like 15, 20 years. I feel like that's a good enough reason to kind of lose it. But,
Oh yeah.
Very much so.
but
Normal-
Tracy Yardley is a talented enough artist that he could roll with anything and still deliver the emotional impact.
Hello, normal person 25. Sonic is just. They said Sonic is just way past cool for being sad. Yeah, definitely.
Howdy,
I do
normal
not-
person.
Hello.
Howdy,
gotta
normal
say, though, it
person,
is-
said Ian
it is-
Flynn in 2023.
I do gotta say though, it does show a lot about Sonic's character that he can go through just anything and he can still just remain with a very optimistic attitude. But I know that even he has his breaking points because I think this game showcases it. There are a couple other games that showcase it too.
There's also the Scrapnik Island saga that showcased it according to Stalin, because I still have yet to read it.
Metavirus.
Well, that too, but
Metavirus.
I can't deny the Metal Virus. It is a good arc, but it's one that actually legitimately scares me.
I'm sorry, Gray, for bringing this up, but it's one of the things that I have to ask. How did you get the Metavirus saga off the ground? Like, how did that come to be? Because that is like the darkest of the Sonic stories I've ever seen.
It started
crazy.
off as a request from the editor in Archie Sonic because Walking Dead was big, and Afterlife with Archie was doing gangbusters for Archie. So he's like, "I want us to do a zombie arc in Sonic," and I said, "Can we please not? Everybody's doing zombies. It's tired. By the time the story comes out, everyone's going to be tired of it, and it doesn't really fit Sonic." He said, "Make it work." So, son of a gun, I figured out a way to make it work. And then the upper management at Archie said, "No, we don't want to steal Afterlife with Archie's thunder. Shelve the idea." So we moved on to other stuff. It's just the idea stuck with me because, darn it, I figured out how to make it work. And so we did our first year with IDW, tried to keep it very straightforward, very quintessential Sonic. And then the question is, what do you do to follow up with that? So I pitched the Metal Virus. And I remember it was a show in California, having dinner with the editors, Joe and David. And I was kind of soft pitching the idea to them. And about halfway through, I realized all the other dinner conversations had stopped. And everyone was just listening to soft pitch the story. And about the time where I got to Tangle, she's infected, and everybody was just watch it. This is good because they're listening. And it's a question of, what that stuff could do.
Okay, wait. I have to stop you for a quick second. I don't know what happened, but the audio just completely kerfuffled at some point. I'm not sure what just happened. Is the game audio too loud?
That's not the game audio. I think it was just a mic issue.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I could hear Ian pretty well during the majority of that conversation.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Am I coming through all right now?
Yes, absolutely you are, sir.
Just repeat the part about the dinner.
Yeah,
just
with the
that,
dinner part. The dinner part with the editors and how everyone was just entranced in what you were talking about, how you were pitching this, how you were pitching the Metavirus saga.
No, you just summed it up for me. So there we go.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
And in the past with Archie stuff, we had run into a lot of trouble doing any kind of alterations to Sonic. He can't wear different clothes. He can't show age. He can't change outside of what's recognizable for the product, which makes enough sense from a licensing side of things. So having a story where he's patient zero, fighting off an infection, that seemed like the first thing that they would veto. And instead, they were cool with it. Like, I didn't receive... I can't think of any major notes on anything with Metal Virus. The most we had to work with was the Warp Topaz, which was originally supposed to just go away by the end of the story. And Sega said, no, we kind of like that idea. Just leave its fate ambiguous in case we ever want to use it again. It's like, all right, I can work with that. That's a good note, sure.
Okay.
I gotta say though, wanted to. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You weren't finished.
Not
I'm
just
sorry,
the
go ahead.
amount of latitude that they gave us with that entire story arc was incredible. And I'm very thankful we got to tell that story.
Yeah.
It's why I like
I
to
gotta say
reiterate.
that was-
I definitely. Well, what were you saying, Stalin?
No, I'm sorry. With the Metavirus Saga, reading it, that truly was to me. That's not what I look for in a Sonic story, because I know Sonic is supposed to be what works, and there's a lot that you can do with it. There's kind of an encompassing of what you can do depending on what you're writing for. Because I know movie Sonic is its own thing, Boom Sonic is its own thing. They just seem to have one general ideology down or several different elements. But I know with the Metavirus Saga, it was almost like, what if Eggman snapped and was like, none of the sympathy, just take over. Like, just be bad. Like someone, like Starline cracked him. And it's... Ooh.
I was gonna say, I definitely think the Metal Virus is a good story arc. I definitely do. It's just, it's as I told Ian back in January when we had that orientation call for this project. It's nothing against him, because I know Ian's a fantastic writer. I love his work. It's just, I've been terrified of germs and viruses since I was about 5 or 6 years old. And of all things, along with my kindergarten teacher giving my classmates and me a puppet show on why you should wash your hands, you know what else caused me to freak out? Osmosis Jones. Of all things, can you believe that?
Oh, yeah, I can believe that.
The way the villain kills the other germs in that movie is outright terrifying. That is a...
You mean Thrax?
If there was... Yeah.
Yeah,
When
Thrax.
I don't remember the name of the dude, but I know...
Lawrence Fishburne.
Right. Sorry, my brain is... I'm having a lot of brain farts right now. I've been up since like 5 a.m. So
I get it. I've been up since 5:30 this morning. I haven't been able to sleep in weeks. But like I said, that's just a different... That's just my perspective, though. But I will say, it is a pretty nice arc, and the fact that Ian made it work... Looks like Sega made the right decision by bringing you on from IDW and Archie to the actual games now.
Well, I was actually going to ask about that, Ian. So, I know, without really diverging into what canceled the Archie comics or anything like that, but, how did that process work with IDW? Like, how did Sega and then bring you on? Like, who recommended you? Was it just something where it's like Sega wanted to start new footing with the franchise?
It was, again, like as you said, I can't get too much into the hows and whys of the switchover, but nothing was guaranteed. Like, I had no idea if any of us from the old crew would get a shot. And it just so happened that there were folks in the Sega offices who knew of our work and knew what we could do and said, you know what, you probably should reach out to them. They're all freelancers. They know how to do Sonic. They do good work. So, the editor at the time, Joe Edkin... No. I do this every time. It's not Joe Edkin. Oh, gosh. Joe Hughes. Sorry, Joe. You're a good guy, and I always mess this up. Joe Hughes reached out to me and said, you came recommended. Would you be interested in getting back in the saddle with more Sonic stuff? And I said, yes, I do enjoy job security. And we went from there. It was his his mad idea to do an issue a week for the initial 4 issues. And he's like, what do you think about this? And I said, you're a madman, but we'll make it work. And he laughed, and we did. And I also told him, I know all these folks who have experience drawing and inking and coloring and working within the guidelines. These freelancers will shave a lot of that early growing pains off. And they said, we're going to shop around. We're going to see, get a nice fresh feel for it. I'm like, all right, you'll learn your lesson. And sure enough, son of a gun, there's Tracy Yardley. There's Evan Stanley. All the gang's back.
So it felt like familiar territory then.
It was good to work with folks that I knew and trusted with the stuff. And the new folks that came in too, they were all excellent as well. But after you spend so much time with the license and learning what is okay, what isn't okay, what gets flagged, what doesn't get flagged, it helps streamline the process and you get things done with a little less notes and a little closer on time.
I definitely understand that. So it's just a lot of. So I guess it's just kind of not. No, what am I trying to say? It's basically just not really necessarily a lot of back and forth between what Sega allows, but is it sort of just like I'm having like a really severe brain fart. I'm sorry. I'm sure.
I guess
trying to figure out what my question was.
I guess it has something to do with just basically the difference between what you can get away with versus what Sega will allow.
No, okay. I remember what it was. So you were recommended through Sega of America for the IDW comics. How did the approach go towards you, Tracy, and Matt coming along to revive Cosmo? I knew Cosmo was a comic. I thought you guys made the comic, and then I looked into it. It's like, oh no, it's a revival of a really, really old Archie comic, and I'm just like, what? Wait a minute!
From like the 1940s.
Wow.
1940s, 1950s, and I'm like, wait a minute. So they just
originally,
how did that work?
It was the original Cosmo was a 6-issue. I don't even want to call it a mini series because I don't think it had that much direction. It was just part of the early space hype. And it's just these goofy, barely connected stories that are completely wild, man. Like, nothing is sacred.
Wow. And
Archie was interested in revitalizing a lot of their older, stable characters, to do more than just Archie. That's why we had Mighty Crusaders come back, the ill-fated Super Duck book, a whole bunch of other stuff. And I think it was it Vin Lavallo at that point? I think it was Vin. Who said, we're trying to... Maybe it was Mike Pollock. Sorry, guys, can't remember. It's been ages.
Oh, it's all fine.
Here's these old Xeroxes of these ancient comics. Can you do something? This is wacky. This is just pure. Yeah, I can put a plot line for this. This can be fun.
Yeah, it's definitely something. Are the comics still being made right now? Like, is Cosmo still being made at the moment?
There were 2 story arcs, one of which got nominated for some Children's Reader Choice Award, I believe. The first arc was collected in trade. The other one was not.
Okay. Because from what I remember seeing that it was being heavily promoted from you and Tracy on Twitter. But that was one of the things I paid attention to, and I always wondered if they just have like a complete edition of that. Like that would be something that I'd love to just read into, because I know I know with the way my work schedule is, I don't have time to read the comics. I'm more into reading like the volumes. So what I normally do is I'll end up buying like the volumes of the comics. So I don't know if Archie has a. You know what? Let me just look. Let me just check. Let me see if Archie has those comics available. Like just the volumes 1 and 2.
I know. I'm fairly certain there isn't a volume 2, but you can always write into their social media or their letters pages saying, "Hey, I want to easily collect this. Make a product so I may consume it."
I see. Okay, they have volume 1. They don't have volume 2.
Madam Morbius asks, when does Sonic appear in Riverdale?
I already did that.
Wait, what?
There was a. Okay, excuse me. That's not exactly right. It was Sabrina the Teenage Witch that they did the crossover with.
Oh, I love that show.
Ooh, yeah. And the comic, too.
When?
This was the old Archie days. I think this was a.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a Mike Gallagher story. It was a full crossover. It was part 1 in Sabrina, and part 2 of one of the Order specials.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, no, it was issue 28. It was issue 28 of Sabrina.
But yeah,
Yep.
They I think it was also part of like the Archie Sonic Super Special. I don't remember too much about this. I know that there was this, and I think Archie did a weird thing where I think it was like a Spawn reference with Sonic.
oh, that was a full crossover with Image Comics.
Oh.
Is that what I'm thinking of? Like, it's,
Yeah. The
There's
full
a couple
special,
of them.
they go to Image Comics land, and there's like 2 pages where Spawn makes a cameo. It's like, hey, can you help us with our current adventure? No, and
Wait.
that's it.
Spawn's helping Sabrina the Teenage Witch?
No.
Spawn-
The Sonic and
Sonic.
Image Comics crossover.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
They this was
Oh,
something
no,
that was
it's-
in like the late 90s.
No, it's Spawnic.
Spawnic! There you go, that's a new crossover right there, Spawnic.
Spawnic.
Adventures
Oh my
of Spawnic the Assassin Hog.
No, Spawnic the Hell Hog.
There you
Yes,
go.
Hellhog. Yes, exactly.
Spawnic the Hell Hog, I like that,
Yep.
Dave.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Ian, that needs to exist. You need to write that right now.
Man, we're giving Ian
Coming
so
up
many
with
ideas
amazing
tonight.
ideas tonight.
It's okay. In case you want to see it, Nigel, it's this. This is basically the one. It's the one that has the Max Spawn. I don't know who else from Image they have in this, but
There's
I know that,
Nighthawk, Velocity.
Oh wow. Okay.
It was an interesting hodgepodge of characters.
yeah, no doubt about that. Like, I know in the early days, it was just crazy to see the obscure crossovers that you get. Like, just the things that no one's thinking about. Like, oh, Sailor Moon Sonic. It's like, no, wait, that's a reference. I know that's a reference.
Grumpy Matt 42 says Spawn was there for like 1 page and just yeeted himself out of the crossover.
Who was this?
Fiona says Madam Mobius.
You know, actually, on the subject of the comics, I do wonder what's currently off. Well, okay, I'm pretty sure this is something that you probably can't disclose. If it's undisclosable, understandable. But what's currently off the table? Like, what can't they bring into the comics?
Right now, we've been asked not to use anything that isn't mainline Sonic. So any of the spin-off stuff, your Adventures of Sat AM, X, Boom, all of that is off the table. And
Okay.
in general, keep a distinction between the classic and the modern eras. But beyond that, I mean, if you just look at all the things that are on the table with modern Sonic, all the characters, all the locations and such, that's a lot of stuff to play with, in addition to the new material that we've been coming up with. So we're not really hurting for content.
I definitely want to see more of Starline, because Starline's sinister. Starline's becoming one of my favorite characters.
I was gonna say,
Starline, Surge. Oh man.
Starline comes off as even more evil than Eggman does, which I never thought I'd say.
Yeah, that's a lot to say right there. But yeah, we have a question from Luke the Boss 7. Ian, what's the time frame that you would be dissuaded from doing something in the comic because you've been told no? To clarify, if they told you no on something, would you wait a year to try and ask again or less?
Given how long it takes for stuff to get approved and actually see the light of day, a year's usually a good enough time to wait and try again. What doesn't really work today may work for another project later.
Exactly.
Well, that said, eventually we'll get Chris Thorndike back in the Sonic universe.
Perhaps as a corpse, at best.
Whoa! Wow, that says a lot.
And we're back to Spawnic the Hell Hog.
It's the sequel to Out the Edge.
Oh, yes. Oh, jeez.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get some water.
Whoa! What is that glitch right there?
Whoa!
Oh, hey.
What the what?
Someone saved that. Someone clipped that. That was great.
I wasn't paying attention. Did
And
you just
apparently,
fly through the
and
cliff?
apparently Sonic needed a drink too. LOL.
Sonic needed to drink. Sonic needed to exit out of our reality and into a different reality.
Well, always remaining adequately hydrated is important, so.
Especially that's the salty kind of water.
Well, no,
that
you
he
shouldn't
dove
drink the
into.
seawater.
Anyway, I'm about to get fresh water for myself.
That's advisable. Yeah.
Yes.
Got my emerald back. I never knew Sonic ever lost it after respawning.
No, that particular enemy steals emeralds from you.
No, I remember that. It's just I thought you'd
Okay.
get your emerald back after you fell off the stage.
How larcenous.
But I still can't believe that glitch. That glitch was fantastic.
You fell through reality. It was amazing.
I fell through cyberspace. Ha ha.
Ian, why'd you write that glitch into the game?
You know, keep things spicy. Keep you on your toes.
Ooh, Sonamy, spicy.
Hey, you know, it's like they always say in the Sonic 3 manual, watch out for Dr. Robotnik's nefarious schemes. You never know. Sometimes there's a glitch that'll cause you to reset the game. You know, lose a life. Actually, technically there are no lives in this game, so, you know.
Yeah, which means that the story's all perfect, because Sonic can't lose in cyberspace.
I'm not about to start a theory that Sonic was in cyberspace the whole time. Because too many people have done it already.
Yeah, we don't need to go down that rabbit hole, do we?
What if
Or the
Just a question
hedgehog
for you,
hole, really,
Dan.
but
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Were you a fan of the series before you got cast, or is this all new to you?
And that's for
Oh,
Dave,
me?
you said?
For Dan.
Okay.
Dan.
Dave.
Yeah, Dave. I was about to
Only
say,
your
who's...
name was written on the screen where I could see it.
I was about to say, who's Dan?
okay. Now, you want to hear something really funny about that? As a sidebar to answer your question, so I talk for a living, right?
Yeah.
And I swear to you, 9 times out of 10, when I introduce myself to someone, I say Dave, and they say Dan. I don't know what it is. Like, written down, I can understand, but it's 2 completely different vowel sounds. Like, it happens so often that I just laugh anymore because I don't understand where the disconnect is when I say Dave and they hear Dan.
It doesn't make sense to me
I don't understand, but it happens so freaking awesome. I can't even, I cannot even tell you. It's just kind of funny. So when you said that, I was like, wait a minute, did you say Dan?
I have.
Oh my God.
I have returned.
It's a bizarre thing. It's a bizarre thing, and I don't know what the mechanics of it are, but it happens so often. Like, I can understand even if I said Dave and they said Steve, because at least the finish of the word is close enough. But Dave, Dan, 2 completely different vowel sounds. The only thing they share in common is the initial consonant sound. Other than that, they're completely different words.
I feel
But-
that because like my real life name has, let's just say it's an M name. I'm not gonna say it here, but like sometimes
Mephistopheles?
yes, let's go with Mephistopheles. Yes,
Yes.
and some people have mistaken me for a Matthew, so I can understand that. But I get that it's an M name, but like it does not sound anything like Mephistopheles at all.
I mean, I'm baffled by it. It amuses me because it's like I don't understand what it is that they don't like when you say something and then they hear something completely different. So I don't know
Maybe
what
you
that
just
is.
look like a Dan.
I'm guessing, is that it? Maybe people are like, oh, you're a Dan. I'm like, really? Oh, okay.
No,
I guess-
I
I guess so.
completely understand when people mispronounce a name the instant they hear it, because it's like, oh, you hear Stalin, and people are like, oh, it's Stalin. It's like, no, I said Stalin.
You know, the
And
sad
it's
part, Stalin, is when I was a kid, I actually thought your name was Stalin, not gonna lie.
See,
Sure.
I have no issue with it because all my life it's literally been, oh, why would someone name you after a Russian dictator? It's like, no, my dad named me that. My dad has the same name as me. We have the same birthday. It's like, no.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, there was no nefarious intent here. I mean, it's like, this is my brother Hitler. Like, no, it's not. It's not.
My brother Adolf.
No. But so, Ian, to answer your question, so it's funny because like Stalin. Now I'm talking about Stalin. Stalin's been in my life for a long time. So
Tell me more, comrade. Tell me
big
more.
fan of Stalin the Hedgehog, really.
Sonic the Hedgehog. I love it.
I especially like when he purged all of those emeralds. It was amazing. Yeah. It's so. I'm going to be 54 years old in July. So, this has been around. Like, I've been aware of the whole world of Sonic and all the Sega stuff, since it was brand new. I don't know if I think I might have played some of the original stuff like on the Genesis way back. But I mean, again, aware of it, and I was a fan of the characters and everything. But this was definitely, coming into the games was I knew what I was getting into, and I was honored to get to be a part of it because it's it's one of the most loved franchises in all of video game history. So, again, I mean, is that an answer? I mean, I was certainly aware of it, and always thought it was really cool, but hadn't really gotten that involved with it until I actually got to be part of it.
Right.
Kind of a
You
follow.
want to hear something funny? I've done over 200 video games.
Wow.
I've never played one that I'm in.
Oh
That's-
my goodness.
I had no idea.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's funny because I used to be a big time gamer, and then I got to the point where I actually need to accomplish things in my life. So I kind of
You and I went down the same path.
Oh, because I would get super obsessive over stuff, and just dive in, and that was everything. And now, all the games that I play now pretty much are just sort of little distracting time waster, little puzzle things, word games, things like that.
Solitaire?
Honestly, yeah, the Microsoft Solitaire collection, there's a few games in there that I didn't, Solitaire games I didn't know until I got it, and now I love playing that. And I love doing, I've got a crossword puzzle app on my phone that I love. I got into playing Candy Crush, which has its own level of obsession, but it's funny because, again, huge Mortal Kombat fan. I have multiple consoles, and I have MK11, but I haven't played it yet. At some point, I'm like, oh yeah, I probably ought to go play my character. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Luke the Boss has a question
in
Dave.
the chat from Luke the Boss 7.
You watched any
Dave,
of
you
the
watched
anime
any of the anime that you voiced in? Like Digimon Adventure, Boruto, Mobile Suit Gundam?
Honest answer, no. It was interesting. I was, for me, I didn't really grow up on anime, so it was not a big thing for me as far as watching it. And it's different now because when I was a kid, even getting to see any of that stuff, the only things I'd seen were Battle of the Planet because they actually showed it on my local station on Saturday morning, which was, remember, the incredibly weirdly adapted version of Gatchaman that they brought over, and it was so violent for American TV that they cut out half of what was going on and they introduced 7 Zark 7. So you had this weird robot who would just show up and start talking about things to fill in the space where they cut out all the violent stuff. Yeah, it was. If you don't know it, it's really bizarre. It's so funny because Gatchaman, that's been around for a long time. But yes, it was Battle of the Planets when they brought it here. But that was the thing when I was a kid. Really didn't have the access to it because I grew up out in the country in Colorado, and we had we didn't have cable or anything, so and that stuff wasn't anywhere near as available. Now the great thing is with the internet and being able to order stuff on Amazon or even order things from Japan or online, the availability of it and exposure to it is way higher than when I was a kid and when I would have really kind of gotten into being a fan of all that stuff. I like working on it. It's a lot of fun. And certainly have, become way more aware of kind of what's going on with all that stuff from working on the shows. And it's really funny because I hadn't really done a whole lot of anime really in my career until the last couple of years. And I think, and there's a bunch that haven't come out yet, but I think in the last 2 years, I think I've done maybe 10 different anime series. And some fairly big ones, but, stuff that's not released, stuff that, a couple that just came out. When I got to join Boruto, I was pretty thrilled because I I'm like, hey, this is the sequel to Naruto. This is a big deal. And especially getting to play Boro, so I'm like, the big bad, which that's always fun. And the fact that so here's a little Sonic tie-in for you that's kind of funny. One of the other ones was I'm the current version of Gabumon in Digimon Adventures 2020,
And the previous person was Kirk Thornton.
Which I didn't know about that. So because with a lot of this stuff, because it just came out, it's available now. It's like in the last month or so. But it's really funny because with me, like some of the characters, they wanted to get something similar to the original version, and then other characters they didn't at all. And so with me, they didn't at all. They just brought me in and said, "Hey, we want to find a voice for this character that we like," and so we came up with what we ended up doing. But I had never heard the original, and I didn't know that it was Kirk until we were doing the Sonic Twitter takeover, and we were sitting next to a friend. And I've known Kirk for years. He's a friend. We've known each other a long time. But we're sitting there, and I posted a picture of the two of us on Twitter, saying, "Hey, we're in the midst of the Sonic, the Twitter takeover," and somebody made a comment about Gabumon, and I was like, "But wait a minute, nobody knows I'm in that yet. It's not released." All that. I looked at him like, "You the original Gabumon?" He's like, "Yeah, why?" I'm like, "I'm the new Gabumon." And we both had a big laugh about it, but had no idea when we did it, because again, their thing was like they said, "We don't want to. Hopefully, people love this world so much that we want to make the original fans happy with any of our new choices, but also appeal to new fans as well." And so far, I hope that we've done that, because again, it's always tricky. But I never even heard Kirk's version when I did it. So it's just funny that the two of us both ended up playing that character, and obviously there's the big the Sonic connection with the two of us. So.
I honestly looking up the whole. I think I just looked at it real quick because I remember doing a little bit more research and seeing that you were borrowing Boruto, but then I see Gabumon and I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
They actually okay. So I'm pretty sure Lord, it's gonna show my age. I remember watching the original Digimon.
Yeah.
And they're doing 20 years later. They're doing a reboot. For almost 20. They're doing it. So. Shadow the Hedgehog.
We actually did it in Japan in 2020, and so that's the series that we dubbed was Adventures 2020, but we dubbed it. We did that last year, and it just came out. So it's Adventures 2020, but it's just out now. So
real quick, I want to point out, Mighty Emperor 64 says, Ian and Dave, you guys both did a great job with Knuckles and Sonic Frontiers in the beautiful animated special.
Oh, thank you so much. Again, it was an absolute joy to get to work on that. It was just it was easy for me because it was just so good. So
right,
I didn't have to bring all I had to do was show up and do my job, and it was already good before I got there. So,
and also,
go ahead.
I would like to remind people who've just joined us, if you feel like donating, feel free to do so.
Also, just to make a point about Kirk Thorne being Gabumon or whatever it was, how did you not know I was Gabumon before? I'm gonna make you perish, Knuckles.
Yeah, Kirk, he's a stud. He's a great guy. Obviously, great voice actor. Wonderful director too. I've actually worked. I think I've probably, as far as like actually working together at the same time, I've probably worked with him more with him directing than I have with us as being actors in the same thing. And he's a wonderful director.
Sure sounds
just
like it.
Just a really solid gold guy too. Kirk's a great guy. He's wonderful and he's very talented, and just he's a good egg.
Yeah, because wasn't he also Warbot?
Is he?
I know he was Chef, but I
Yes.
think he was Warbot
He's
as well.
Warbot.
Yeah, I
he's
thought
Warbot.
so.
Yeah. It does make me wonder, where's Shadow? Why wasn't Shadow in Sonic Frontiers? Where was he? I know that somewhere on the map.
Sonic's better than Shadow anyway.
Yeah.
No. We know what he was doing. Shadow was a play tester for this game.
You know what?
I catch up on my lore.
When it comes when it comes to Shadow the Hedgehog, I got a nice chant that goes with his name.
I know where this is going.
Overrated.
Yeah, but I already know that we're gonna get some hate for that statement. I'm sorry to anyone who likes Shadow out there.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I'm just so sick of so many dark characters popping up. Like, it's getting old.
But I will say, the way things are going now, I think with Ian's love and care with the writing, I think that Shadow might actually get some development that he needs.
I
I'm hoping
appreciate
so.
the vote of confidence, but I am just one man.
That is
Right.
true.
It is really hard to get Shadow's arc down pretty well, considering Shadow is probably... Honestly, no. No, I'm really thinking about it right now.
One man who writes stories about anthropomorphic creatures pursuing jewelry.
Rouge the Bat?
He's ridden on these coattails for 15 years. Can he make it 20?
How long until they discover he's a fraud?
And
now,
my
wait
God,
for more
so-
sponsors.
So many wonderful ideas.
We don't have a sponsor, I'm sorry.
Order at 1-800, not a real number.
SpaghettiOs. We're not sponsored by SpaghettiOs.
But we are sponsored by water.
Which you just fell into. How appropriate.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Wait, are we really sponsored by water?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think Sonic keeps falling into the sea?
No cactus on it yet.
Actually, technically, we're kind of sponsoring the Alzheimer's Association right now, because the whole point is this is raising money for Alzheimer's research.
right.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's a very good point.
If you feel
You like my segue there?
Yeah, I love the segue.
I know some of you.
The
open
Sega
up-
segue.
The Sega Segway, riding on a Segway. Haha, let's keep it going.
Ha.
Or let's not.
Yeah, let's not. That's a better idea.
So if any of you, I know some of you have opened up your hearts, but if you feel like opening up your wallets as well, feel free to do so.
Trying to make me spit out my drink. But all seriousness, yes. Contribute to a great cause, even $1 helps.
Yes, even $1 freaking dollar.
Even 25 cents, anything helps.
So,
Yes.
the Tiltify link is on the
It's pinned to the chat, or if you can't
Chat.
find it there, you can
In the
scroll
chat.
underneath the video feed and you'll see a
Uh-huh.
widget where you can donate.
I
Right.
must say that we are currently at $160. So
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
not bad.
160 lifetime, just so you know, because we made about 131 or 130.91 last week. Or raised, I should say. We didn't make it, we
Well,
raised
so far,
it.
yeah, so far what's been raised is 160.
Uh-huh.
Hey, again, that's $160 going to an absolutely worthwhile cause. So
Definitely
Yes.
so.
Uh-huh.
Now, the real problem is, where's cyberspace from here? I'm trying to find a cyberspace port I haven't accessed yet.
Why don't you just check the map?
Because that one that I'm
It's,
trying to go to is hidden.
Yeah. Because, like, it opened, like, after you open up a certain checkpoint.
I'm the one she to know.
Why are we singing Dora the Explorer now?
I'm the map. I'm the map. If there's a place you want to get, I can get you there. I bet. I'm the map.
Big Blue Station. More water!
More water! Oh my god.
And I love how passive-aggressive the game is. Try again.
Try again.
Oh, I think I could give you a Knuckles Queen song.
Oh,
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 You
jeez.
want a Knuckles Queen
Is
song?
it actually gonna happen?
The Knuckles Queen song? You want one?
Yeah.
yeah.
S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Here we go. I guard the Master Emerald. I guard the Master Gem. I guard the Master Emerald, and Sonic's not as good as me.
I have no words.
That was amazing! That was amazing, I love that.
Emerald, Emerald, Emerald.
Let's go surfing.
Looks like I was right. It was supposed to be bicycle race.
It was Bicycle Race, yes. You just made me love that song even more.
More like Emerald Race.
Emerald Race.
Emerald.
Ian, I think this is
Emerald.
Ian, I think this is a question you could probably answer. Someone, Luke is asking, while Knuckles is trapped on this island, has Luke stolen the Master Emerald?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
While Knuckles is trapped on the island, has Bruce stolen the Master Emerald?
No. Although once he gets out and tells her about it later, she's like, I missed my chance.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. I wouldn't put it past her.
See, there's the other one then. I am the guardian, my friend. I'll be on this island till the end.
He is the guardian. He is the guardian.
No!
No time for Sonic, 'cause I am the guardian of the Master Emerald.
Sega needs to give you a pay raise, Dave, I'm telling you.
Either that or they're gonna replace me.
Oh, no.
Get rid of him. Get him out of there.
It's like he violated copyright laws. God.
No,
Fair use. It was parody.
Yeah, it was fair use,
It's not fair
exactly.
use, yeah.
Because it was a parody, yeah.
Just like Weird Al. Weird Al doesn't have to ask for permission to make parodies.
But he does anyway, out of the kindness of his own heart.
Because he's a class guy. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just gonna have Knuckles out here doing karaoke. It's like this is what Knuckles does while he's.
We got a new donation.
Donation.
Woohoo!
We got someone donated $3 and actually no, $2.32 from Lars.
Hey, Lars, thanks for the donation.
Great song, Dave. Need an encore.
Oh,
Yeah, one more song. One more song.
song.
But don't do
One
Queen.
more.
Do something else. Do Guns N' Roses. Welcome to the Emerald. You're not gonna steal it, or something like that.
Hang on.
Emerald of my eyes.
no, it'd be welcome to it'd be welcome to the island.
Go with that. Yeah, that's where I was gonna go. Was welcome to the island. So yeah. Although no, you're not welcome to my island. Get the heck off.
I could just imagine it. Sonic's like, "Hey, Knuckles, do another encore, man! You got this!"
Hey, Knuckles, if you do an encore, I'll tell you that you're not as lame as I thought you were.
Yes.
That makes one of us. That's another Ian. That's another one of my favorite lines. And it seems like one that people ask me to quote. What is the bit from the very end of the animation? Is the whole thing about I do things on my own. I don't need anyone. Sometimes. I love that moment. Where it's that moment of vulnerability from Knuckles, where it's like, actually, yeah, he's got this. He's the last of his tribe. He's on the island guarding the Master Emerald, and there's, and you see that it actually does take a toll on him that you probably had never seen before. And so I loved that line. I thought it was great.
Oh,
And it's so haunting, too, the way that just cuts off at the end.
Yeah. I thought it was great. I loved it. Loved playing it too. In the moment, I was like, oh, that was really great.
The other one
it's
in
Lars.
particular that I just adore he did is when he's calling out to the sky, challenging, and he says, "We'll settle this in a fair fight, and when I win, you send me home."
Yeah.
No doubt in his mind, no
Yeah.
bravado, no swagger. It's just
No,
fact.
it's just a
He's
fact.
gonna win.
Yeah, just fact. Yeah.
It's just fact,
Right.
That is one of the things that I can really appreciate about Knuckles as a character. There is just kind of this bravado that Sonic provides, but Knuckles is, well, Knuckles knows his strength,
Yeah.
and he's been protecting that island for so long that he knows the ins and outs. And the island, every challenge, he's up for it.
But Lars has a request for Dave to do Enter Sandman, except it's Enter Ankle Island.
Oh.
Enter Angel Island, huh?
Or Ankle Island, sorry.
Why'd you say ankle?
Because he misspelled it.
Oh, yeah,
Angle Island. That's the next edgy Sonic title.
that's right.
Oh, wouldn't it? Okay, no. If it's Enter Sandman, wouldn't it technically be Enter Sandopolis? Oh,
Enter, I don't know.
I'm just shooting here. It's like exit. The tomb. Enter. Ghost.
Dude, I think Metallica are crying at you.
Off to line.
Metallica are absolutely crying at you right now.
Yeah!
It's just completely cut out. There.
You know, something that just dawned on me that I was meaning to ask Ian. There was something I was meaning to ask Ian. I don't know if this is canonical or not, but would you say Tikal is Knuckles' great-grandmother or something like that?
I don't think so, because she was kind of young when she died.
Oh yeah, she was 14, I think.
Yeah.
Just, I know she has some connection being an ancient ancestor.
That is something that I've always wondered about Knuckles being the last Echidna. I don't think a lot of people know this, but Echidnas lay eggs.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
So, did Knuckles just lay fermented somewhere for a long period of time until he was the last Echidna?
Potentially.
That is unknown.
Yeah.
There are some things that are best left unknown, Stalin.
That will haunt my dreams. It always has. It's always been a question of if he's the last Echidna, where's the rest of his family?
I think
Well, now here's the thing about echidnas, though. They're ovoviviparous, which means that they actually carry the egg inside their body, and the egg is hatched inside their body. They're one of the snakes do that too, and a few others. But so, if he was in an egg, the egg had to be in somebody.
Awkward.
yes, this is super awkward. Next question.
Wait, no, hold on. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
So they literally lay the eggs inside of them. They don't.
Well, no, they carry the egg inside them, and then it actually hatches. Yeah, so it's an egg like you would imagine, like a chicken egg or something.
Yeah.
But and snakes do the same thing. But yeah, the term I learned this many years ago, just because I found what I learned about echidnas before Sonic. I just thought echidnas were cool. I was like, oh, well, an echidna, that's a cool animal. And so I was reading about echidnas, and that's where I learned the phrase ovoviviparous, which again means they carry their egg, and the egg is hatched inside their body.
And the fact that you can say that without stumbling over it is amazing. A testament to
Well,
your
I do
vocal
talk for a
skills.
living, so
Yeah, there you go.
Ovoviviparous. So basically, just go in the middle of the word, and you're fine. You do like a little Hannibal Lecter in the middle of the word, so.
Man, this has been...
What a nice TNT.
Who knew that we'd be getting a science lesson from Dave B. Mitchell himself tonight?
We're getting a science lesson from Knuckles. We're getting a science lesson from Knuckles, everyone. This is just something. This is just canon now.
Unlike Knuckles out Knuckles, I'd rather flex my knuckles.
And this has been a segment of Knuckles Knows.
What about my nose?
That's a fine.
Better not be saying bad things about my nose, or you're gonna get socked in yours.
Ooh, Stalin, you are in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, not good. I got to.
Mario, get out of here.
Mario, this is not your stream, dude.
No, no.
Wait, what? Mario Batali, that chef guy from the Food Network?
No, Mario Batali's not in relevance anymore.
No, Mario. The Mario.
No, it's Mario
Oh,
Batali.
yes.
How did he go? Let me. Bam! Yeah, that's it. A bam!
Dave, I gotta say, that's the first time I've heard Mario Batali's name in quite some time.
Oh, we go for the sub-references wherever we can, so.
Wait a minute. Am I thinking of an Emul? Emul is only got a bam! Bam! Woohoo!
Finally got here. This is the point I kept missing because I couldn't access it for whatever reason.
Oh, hi, Cocos.
Oh, hi, Cocos.
What's new with you?
And now Sage deserves medals for some reason.
She's integrated into cyberspace.
Yes.
So Echidna's lady egg deposited directly into the
Oh my
pouch.
god, we're still going on about this.
I'm sorry.
Your flying nightmare is a step
For
up
lack
from
of
the
a better
Interesting.
word,
I mean,
entered
echidnas are relevant here, so.
How are you able
Yeah,
to utilize
like,
the chaos
it's actually kind of
emeralds?
fascinating. Like, I knew that they laid eggs, but I didn't know the
I
exact
cannot afford to have
how
you again.
that worked.
Well, you could call it off and let me save my
But so
friends
then
in
that would
peace.
imply that there are.
No?
Okay, no. The more and
Fine.
more I
Do
think
it your
about
way.
the lore of Knuckles, the more and more I question who killed his family.
Yeah.
Where do we come after these people?
I don't know.
See Val-
But while you're talking about that, why don't we head back into cyberspace, because we gotta go get those emeralds. I didn't expect Kronos Island didn't even take this long. We were done with Kronos Island by this point a
Right.
week ago.
Well, the thing with Ares Island, playing this game, having played this game, Ares Island took probably twice as long as Kronos did.
Well, that is true, but I think the number
And then
one
Chaos
island...
Island's going to take just as long as well.
I can tell you already, Chaos Island's gonna make me tear my hair out next week.
Right.
So here's a question for you, Stalin. You're a fan of Dr. Starline, yeah?
Yes.
Are you aware of his connection to Knuckles?
And that he's a platypus? Like, they both lay eggs. Platypuses and echidnas lay eggs.
Right, they're both monotremes. That's one connection, but design-wise.
Oh! Yes! The corruption! The corruption glitch from Knuckles Chaotix.
There you go.
Ah.
I know my fun facts.
It's nice to hear you two geeking out. It definitely makes for good conversation.
Yay!
No, you know what's interesting though? I know that there's another character in the Archie comics that was based on that corrupted palette from Knuckles Chaotix. I think it was I don't remember. It's been a minute. It was a white echidna, had crazy eyes.
Yep. Dr. Penthebus.
Yeah, Dr. I can't pronounce
Finivtus?
I think we need a Sonic multiverse, and so we could have another echidna named Phalanges, and he could kind of a thing.
Phalanges. Here's one. How about we make another Sonic universe with an echidna named Radius and one named Ulna.
That could be
Wow.
good. Or how about metacarpals? Metacarpals would be good.
How about
What was-
how about
Patella.
an alternate world where instead of Dr. Eggman's the good guy, and instead he's actually named Dr. Bacon or something.
Dr. Bacon?
Because eggs and bacon.
Who's gonna voice him then? Kevin Bacon?
Yes, eggs and
It's a
bacon.
little on the nose.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon is gonna...
No. John Hamm.
John
There you
Hamm.
go.
No, we're all forgetting.
Ham on ham.
No, are we all forgetting the number one villain that was talked about earlier that needs to be emphasized?
Who?
Professor Scruffy Meat.
Oh, I forgot about him!
That's Scruffy me!
You need
That's
Professor
the
Scruffy.
brilliance, though. He gets people to forget he's a
Oh,
threat,
wait.
and then he emerges eventually.
No. Instead of Professor Bacon, Professor Porkbelly.
That's the same thing! That's the same
You know,
freaking
The
thing!
thing is, I could do that because I do have pig experience. So because I'm Pigsy on Lego Monkey Kids, so
I had no idea.
You know,
Yeah.
I've heard great things about that show.
honestly, again, my involvement notwithstanding, it's great. I love working on it. 4 seasons already out. The writing is really fun and funny. It's an unbelievably good cast. The animation style is really fun. It's a great show. It's great for kids, but also just as an adult, it's extremely well done and very funny. And it's another one of the things that's based on the classic Monkey King legend from China.
Oh, yeah. Son Wukong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay, that's-
specifically the Journey to the West. So
You mean Backstroke of the West?
The thing is that I've heard a lot of great things about the show, but it is just an unfortunate shame that it is hard to find that in the US. Because in the US,
Yeah.
it's, from what I'm looking up, that was one of the reasons. Because it's a show that I've been heavily interested in. Because you're right, the animation's insane. They put
yeah, it's fantastic.
a lot of effort into it. But it's a shame that you can't access it. I don't know. I could I wish I could start a petition and have it on Netflix or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's funny how it actually got released. The first season or so got released everywhere in the world but here, and so we were still waiting for it to come out. And the weird thing was, you could go on YouTube and watch all the episodes in English before it ever got released here. So we were like, what exactly is going on here? So, yeah, I'm not sure what's with the release thing. It's, the fact is that they love the show. We love doing the show. So it's, yeah. If you can find it, you can check it out. It's well worth watching. It's a lot of fun. And great cast.
So as we're talking about this, I can confirm it's on Prime. Yes, it's on Prime. The first two seasons,
right.
not season 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I remember that was a recent development, if I remember. But it's a lot of fun, really is, and it's a blast to work on.
Gotta say, in terms of like a lot of the Lego shows, like I said, they really went all out for the animation for this.
Oh, big time! Yeah, it looks gorgeous.
Aren't you supposed to be helping find
It's definitely a show that I need. I know there's like a dozen shows that I need to keep an eye on.
Yeah. I've been trying to catch up myself on a few of these. With to no avail though.
Okay, I just gotta say, when that said take all the cocoa back to Knuckles, I thought that said first take all the tacos back to Knuckles.
That. Yeah, you can bring me all the tacos you want. That'd be great.
They better be grape tacos.
Oh no, not this mission.
Oh yeah, the terrible.
No, wait, is it this mission I'm thinking of, or is it the other mission? No, this mission's fine.
Yeah, this one's fine.
This one's fine. There's another mission coming up in Ares Island that I'll admit took me a minute to clear until I found out that the way they want you to clear it is by climbing up the tower.
The crap! They actually get you injured by touching the needle. Look at that!
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting this mission over, of course.
Okay, yeah, because you start over and you have to collect all the beryllium spheres.
Yeah.
I hate these things.
Somebody had to have gotten that reference. Come on.
The bowling spheres?
The beryllium spheres.
Beryllium sphere.
Beryllium spheres. I actually don't follow.
Wait. No, I'm trying to figure out if you're making a Sonic 3 reference or...
No. Galaxy Quest.
Oh, okay, Galaxy Quest.
What the heck? Why is Sonic running so quickly now?
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
That is a movie that I need to watch.
I need to watch
you do. Yes, you do.
I've been meaning to watch Galaxy Quest.
One of the best things ever.
I've been meaning to watch Galaxy Quest. Isn't it that one movie that has the line that goes something like, "And we need your help," or something like that?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, one of the Thermians says something much like that, yeah.
That's the only way I know about that movie was because
it's one of the best Star Trek movies ever made. That's not a Star Trek movie.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, the only reason I know about that movie was because I saw it as an ad on TBS back in the day.
Star Wars, Galaxy Quest is to Star Trek. In a sense.
Yeah, in a sense.
Galaxy Quest is one of the best things ever. If you're a Star Trek fan, it's great because, you recognize everything they're riffing on, but it also, so it works as a parody more or less, but also, if you just take it as a film, it would work as a great Star Trek film. Will Wheaton even said that. He said, when he saw it, he said, basically, we saw this and said, why didn't we do this? This is one of the best Star Trek films ever made. That's not a Star Trek film. Yeah.
Nice work, soldiers.
Okay, we got a question from Luke's Boss 7. Ian, what's the key to writing a good slice of life story in an ongoing series?
Good question. Because that's where I feel like I have the most time struggling. As long as there's a robot to fight or an explosion to have, it's just, you can write around that.
Nothing realistic is going on in this world.
But slice of life stuff, I mean, you kind of step back and say, what do these guys do when they're not fighting robots and running from explosions? What is the downtime? And when you answer that question, okay, how do they as a character fulfill this? How do they execute that day off? What is their favorite food? Why do they like it? What do they do to relax? And why do they enjoy themselves? And I don't know. I've been at this for so long, it stops being a question of how do I do this, and it's just kind of second nature.
Well, we do have that one particular panel from that one issue of the comics where Sonic's wrapped up in a blanket on the couch enjoying some tea.
Yeah, Sonic knows how to enjoy life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need
Essentially,
I not mention once more Sonic going to the grocery store,
Oh my god.
getting ingredients for a really fine chili dog, and they don't have his favorite ingredients, so he has to go to a different grocery store. I don't know.
Well,
Slice of life!
you know, it's funny because Sonic's actually getting a cookbook later this year, which I've already pre-ordered on Amazon, by the way, so I'm hoping I can finally discover what the true chili dog recipe is.
You will get at least one chili dog recipe. He said, not spoiling too much.
I think I did, now you mentioned it, I think I saw there were at least 3, but definitely more, but I can't confirm nor deny it.
Well, and you know what he would always have to have as a side, right?
Grapes.
Onion rings.
Yep, onion rings, definitely.
Not confirming or denying.
Hey, maybe we'll get a grape dessert for Knuckles or a mint candy dessert for Tails. Or an ice cream dessert. Or Amy's ice cream sundae. Amy's ice cream sundae needs to be in that book.
Just
Not confirming, not
We have another
denying,
first timer
Going
not
smile.
commenting on all these things that would probably strike real close to home.
just
These are just some of my
Ian's over here
favorite
with the knowing
things.
Smile. It's just the knowing smile. Hashtag
Yes.
knowing smile. It's like nothing can be said. I understand.
Oh no, there are writings in the sky. We're doomed.
Okay, so Nazo U22 has a question for Ian. If Silver and Blaze are dating in secret and behind Sonic's back, would it make sense because of time and dimension travel?
Huh?
Oh,
If that's how you want to sail your ship, I will wave from the shore.
And also, Stalin, I'm just gonna say that could
One of
never.
the best phrases I've ever heard.
Perfect.
And I could say, Stalin, that'll never happen because you know Sonays is canon.
Perfect response,
just-
Ian.
you know, to each their own. To each their own with shipments.
Oh my god,
I
I.
received enough vitriol from every camp that I'm not gonna.
Don't worry, I won't give you any,
Or
Ian. I won't give you
shoot
any.
down anything.
I won't give you.
Already, we've already given ourselves enough ideas tonight to last
If you really, really, in your heart of hearts, love your Eggman Big the Cat slash Vic, you know what? More power to you.
Now, how dare you, sir? I'll have you know I support Professor Scruffy Meat and Eggman's relationship to the nth degree.
And may you enjoy it within the privacy of your home to your heart's content. I don't want to know. I fully support whatever your fanon is. Just do it over there.
I'm just gonna write down my fanfiction right now.
You just made me just like hit like a couple octaves in my laugh.
You know, I feel like I'm not doing anything as much right now on the stream. Screw it. I'm just gonna drop and touch stuff. I need some ideas. I need.
Oh my god, you're actually gonna draw now?
Oh
That
my
I
god, no.
Something about Professor Scruffy is just I don't know.
That's
that
the
is
one
a
big
fun-
takeaway from this stream is Professor Scruffy. What was it again?
Scruffy meat.
Meat.
Scruffy Meat, yes.
And thankfully, Dave B. Mitchell was the one who inspired us. It just goes to show you, kids. It just goes to show you, fan fictions are good as long as you're the one who writes it. Also, just for the record, Sonic's better than Knuckles. Deal with it, Dave.
Yes, Scruffy Matt. Yes, Scruffy Matt. We are talking about your arch nemesis.
You're just putting that out there in a Knuckles-centric episode. How dare you?
Hey, he was talking crap about Sonic earlier. It's all in good fun, Dave. You know it's all in good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yep, I think Dave B. Mitchell officially hates me now.
No, we're cool, but I'm not sure Knuckles is a big fan.
Oh, that's good. Good point. Good
That's right,
point.
Knuckles. Yeah, not Dave. Knuckles.
Knuckles is looking at you in complete resentment right now. He's staring at the corner. It's like, how dare you?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yay, more treasure. I said more treasure. Thank you. Yay, it's a gear.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, he's actually drawing Lord Scruffy Meat or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Professor
But Pig
Scruffy
Dan
Meat.
20
There we go.
In regards to that, Pig Dan 20 said Scruffy Mad at Scruffy Mad 42. You're scaring me.
I'm afraid, as my friend No Budget Media would say.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, just like that.
Yes.
So I guess I'm starting to realize I haven't thought of a lot of questions myself, and I've been meaning to come up with one. So, this was something I asked Roger when he and I had a personal call at GalaxyCon 2 years ago, or over the GalaxyCon service. So I figured I'll ask Ian and Dave this at large. If you could go to any fictional video game universe and not have to worry about getting a game over, no matter what kind of damage you take, which universe would you go to?
Ooh.
It's kind of my go-to one on every answer, but the Skies of Arcadia series.
Not a bad option.
Wow.
It's a lovely world to get lost in.
And it's a Sega gem.
Look at the size of this. What do you call it? Satellite dish?
You don't know what satellite TV is?
Yeah.
No,
He
look.
lives on
look.
an island, dude.
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
His entertainment is clouds and rocks.
I'm with Knuckles in this one. Knuckles' entertainment is just clouds, rocks, the woodland critters.
And himself.
Not woodland critters, the creatures around him. He doesn't need television. He has nature.
Hey,
Knuckles is a certified boomer.
Whoa.
I don't think this material is
From normal person 25.
Thank you, normal person. As Ian said... Oh no, Ian said hi, normal person, at the beginning of the stream.
Yes.
Actually, okay, I have an answer for that question. I
Yes,
guess.
Dave?
It would. I think for me, it would be Mech Warrior, just because I was like when Mech Warrior 2 came out. That was the first PC game I got seriously obsessed with. And that whole BattleTech universe is just super interesting. So, yeah, I'd say probably Mech Warrior.
Not a bad idea. I know what mine would be, and actually, no, I don't. I had an idea and I completely forgot.
It's a hard choice, I know.
Well, when I asked Roger that question, he gave me his answer in no time flat.
What he said? Oh, that's right. What did he say?
Super Mario Brothers. And he said that he'd love to be in a world full of those colorful hills and the puffy clouds and everything. And I said, so you'd be willing to take one of Bowser's fireballs? He said, oh yeah, as long as there's no game over involved.
Yeah. I mean, I can actually say, for a lot of the same reasons, Little Big Planet would actually be a pretty cool world to be in.
Yeah.
Because it's just it's delightful, and if you could have Stephen Fry narrate everything you do, that wouldn't be so bad.
Does Stephen Fry narrate that game?
He sure does, brilliantly.
Oh, I gotta say, Stephen Fry's great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh, he's magnificent.
I actually know someone who met Stephen Fry. Who's also a huge fan.
He's one of the smartest men in England. Period.
Oh, absolutely.
He's brilliant and funny and amazing, and yeah, Stephen Fry is incredible.
Yes. Luke the Boss 7 says, I know I would regret it, but I would live in Batman Arkham's version of Gotham City. It is aesthetically pleasing.
Is that so?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, no, that's it. Totally. Yeah, your reasons are sound.
Right. As for me, kind of a tough one, honestly. That's a really tough question to answer. Like, what other world would you live in that's simulated and like?
You'd go to Wii Music, Nigel. You'd go to the world of Wii Music.
Oh, screw you. In all actuality, like, it would be one of the Wii games, but it would actually be more like Wii Sports or Wii Sports Resort.
Maybe Fallout, as long as you could only live in the vault.
Oh my god.
Good point.
You know, I'm honestly, if I were to live in any video game universe, I'm really thinking about it because I think about all the wild stuff that happens, but then I also think about, honestly, yeah, it's gonna sound pandering, but I'd say Sonic because if I'm being honest with you here, the people that live in the world of Sonic always seem to be okay by the end of it. Like, oh, their planet gets separated into dozens of pieces. People, you know, you don't hear anything about the casualty counts. You know, perfect chaos. You know how quick those people ran out of Station Square. I don't know. I'm inclined to believe that in the world of Sonic, things are okay. Things are gonna be okay, and they're humans in the Sonic world. So it's like, you know what? I want to live there. Mario's got some crazy stuff going on. You know, Mario takes out the sun every other day, and so the sun has to regenerate. I always think about that. Just Mario's like,
All right, let me take off the sun. Nighty night.
Oh, Luke Boss 7 says I couldn't live in Sonic World because apparently there was no money.
Which
you don't
world?
need money in the Sonic world. Who needs money?
Who needs money?
Really?
Chili dogs are free, and the whole world is your home.
Yeah.
No, who needs money when you have rings?
What do you think
Right.
of weird spires being used
Now,
to contain the Chaos Emeralds?
Now let me ask all of you this. Now that we've gotten like the video game question.
Not me.
Not you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's a tie between obviously Sonic, but the other one I'd say is probably Roller Coaster Tycoon, just because I've always dreamed of being my own businessman.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna change my answer now. Yeah.
To the emeralds, would that have caused them to disappear?
Anyway, now your question, Nigel.
Yes. For everybody, what movie world would you live in? And I know my answer right now, the Harry Potter universe.
That's so.
Yeah, like I want to perform magic, and I want to actually like it would be really awesome, like for me personally, to actually live at Hogwarts.
Until some giant snake eats you or some goofball casts a spell to take all the bones out of your body.
Brachia
You're still
Memento.
alive. It ain't game over. You're just a living pile of jello.
Yep,
Right.
Brachia Memento.
Breaches into cyberspace and escaped.
I have to think about this one because there are a lot of universes I'd love to live in.
I know my
But
film
there's
universe.
always a consequence. Go
Yes.
ahead, go for it.
My film universe is Ratatouille.
Ooh, you want to live in Paris?
Well, I've been to Paris before, and it's a nice city, but also, as I probably told you guys, but never told Dave or Ian, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a professional chef. So, I mean, you should see the kind of pound cake I had to make for my office recently. That thing probably weighed about 2 or 3 pounds by the time it got out of the oven.
So it was a 3-pound cake.
Well, yeah, it's
Dang it, you beat me to it.
that's the thing. It's a. Aw, I see what you did there. Very clever, but yeah, it's called a pound cake because it has a pound of butter in it, but it ends up weighing more than a pound by the time you bake it because everything else has to go into it.
I think for me, Star Trek.
Ooh, not a bad idea.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Just because lifelong, like, if there's any one fandom that I'm biggest into of all of the huge nerd geek things that I love and are a huge part of me, Star Trek's still probably my number one. So
I have
would
to
go
really-
the other direction and say Star Wars, because at least I can be bros with it.
I can see that.
I'd say for me, it's a little trickier to figure out what universe to live in because I was gonna say, oh, the Kaiju universe, but then I realized, oh, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, Godzilla can
gone.
destroy your entire town.
And you would just be
Mothra
flat out
can just
dead.
flap her. Mothra can flap her wings, and the whole city is gone.
Right.
To be fair, on Dave's choice, you also have to worry about the Borg, and, you know, the Empire is kind of a thing in Star Wars, so
Yeah.
you're really safe nowhere. Might as well enjoy where you are.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking original series, that time period versus next gen. But
Okay.
Because you go into that, then you run into DS9, you got to worry about the Dominion, and so.
Right. I actually want to change my video game answer as far as which universe I want to live in.
And what would that be?
Have you ever heard of the video? Have any of you ever heard of the video game Brutal Legend?
I'm in that game.
Yeah.
You're in that game?
Yeah.
What character are you?
Yeah, I'm one of the Water Boys, and I know I'm one other character too. But the Water Boys are the ones I definitely remember.
Oh my God! Yes.
Who knew that Nigel would find out yet another thing about Dave B. Mitchell?
But yeah.
You want to hear something interesting about that?
What?
So what that game, which I'm a big metal fan too, so of course everything about that game is absolutely up my alley. But so that game bounced around for years, and so it started off, and then it went to another publisher, and they pared it down a bit. Then it went to another publisher, pared it down even more. Finally ended back at the original publisher, and they said, all right, restore all the stuff that got cut. And it was something like an additional 11,000 lines of dialogue. Said, restore it all, and we can have this in a week, right? And they went, okay. So what they did is that they just went through Chris Brown, who's casting on it, who's another just amazing human and wonderful director. She just basically went through her book, her little notebook, took all of her A-list actors that she loved, and literally just booked us. Didn't audition, didn't do anything, and they had 2 studios running from like 6 a.m. till midnight, I think, for a week solid. Simultaneously, just brought us in, gave us roles, boom, we knocked it out, and they got it done. They got it done, and one of the things that was common to almost all the reviews was the quality of the voice acting. So we were very proud of that. We're very proud.
Yes, Luke the Boss. Jack Black is so dope in that game.
And anything that involves Ronnie James Dio is automatically just epically perfect. So
yeah, absolutely.
The opening of Pick of Destiny is one of the greatest things of all time.
But yeah, last year in October, I saw Iron Maiden live for the first time.
One of the best live bands you will ever see in your life.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So here's what I have determined. One of the things that I did during lockdown a lot was I got really into watching reaction videos. And I really like 2 different categories of reaction video. Ones that are done by like voice teachers, music instructors, professional musicians. I love when they can be really technical and in their appreciation of things and really break it down. I love that. But I also love the ones, particularly like with a lot of young hip hop fans that never listened to rock. Yeah. And they listen to this stuff with an open mind, and you get to see them fall in love with it the way that I did. And it's the cool thing is that whole thing about music, you feel so connected because you realize it's like, you know what? There's so many more things that connect us than separate us.
Yes.
And that whole idea of like watching people completely fall in love, like especially my favorite book. So what I've determined from watching these, something I kind of always thought, but the greatest metal band of all time is Iron Maiden.
Yes, I absolutely agree with you.
But the greatest metal singer of all time, and with all reverence to Bruce, who's one of the gods of all, but to me, the greatest metal singer of all time is Ronnie James Dio.
Oh, it's so hard for me to decide, too.
Dio, to me, is the greatest. I mean, there's a pantheon of great, obviously Bruce Dickinson. Jeff Tate in his prime was all but untouchable. Rob Halford. There's so many great guys, but Dio, everything about Dio is just ridiculous. It's insane.
Funny thing you should talk about Dio, too, because last night I listened to Holy Diver, the whole album.
Oh, my dude. Yeah, the thing is, that's a great album. Great. I love everything on it, but man, Shame on the Night, the last track. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But watching all of these reaction things, one of the things. So I've decided Maiden is the greatest metal band. And Bruce, Bruce is easily top 3, if not maybe top 2 for me as far as singers go. But my personal opinion, I think the single greatest metal song is "Hallowed Be Thy Name." Maiden,
Absolutely
last track
agree.
on Number of the Beast. And the 1983 live performance that everybody more or less uses for their their reactions is actually my favorite version of the song. I actually like it even a little bit better than the album version. But watching people watch that who've never, I've never heard of this band before, I don't know who they are, but people say I should react to them, and they watching their jaws drop, 1, at Bruce's voice, but 2, by the end of it, they're just like, okay, send me more songs. That was insane. This band is incredible. I don't know how I never heard of them before, but I want to hear more. And it's just, it's so cool to see people really get into that. And just watching them, it just kind of, that's where I came up with, I've decided that Maiden, I think, is the greatest metal band ever. That's the best metal song, but Dio is the greatest metal singer.
Yeah.
You know, among
What's with the pep talk?
Yeah. I do. Now that we're on the subject, Dave, I have another question for you.
Soldiers are supposed to fall back to a bunker.
This goes back to Brutal Legend. So, in that game, there's cameos from,
Commander?
cameos from Rob Halford, Ozzy Osbourne, Lemmy.
That sounds good.
How come? Now that I'm thinking about this, were they not able to get Bruce Dickinson or Dio for either of those games due to their schedules?
I actually, my knowledge of the game is limited to the fact that Chris, called my agent and said, "Is he available?" And I think I actually did that on a Sunday. I think that's the only time I've ever worked on a Sunday, because typically they don't book sessions on weekends. So, she just told me that story about it bouncing around, putting all the dialogue back in, and them having no time to do it. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. I don't know the answer to that. So.
Yeah, I figured it'd be a stretch, but I figured I'd ask you first.
Oh, sure. Hey, never hurts to ask, right? You don't know if you don't ask. So.
Yeah. But, oh my god, I can't... It's amazing.
It's a heavy metal video game. How ridiculous is that?
Right. And that's the universe I want to be in.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a donation.
We got a donation.
Woohoo!
And it is for, $20-some, looks like. $20 from Grey Gorilla.
Wait, how?
Well, hey.
What? Wait.
Great to
Wait.
see the pot.
Eternally thankful to have been part of the cause so far. You all have been great on Skype and in the Twitch chat. Thank you.
Oh.
That was not a bot.
Oh,
that was a
gosh.
genuine donation. Just letting you guys know.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Because it was
Yes, I checked.
okay.
That's why I temporarily went silent, because I wanted to make sure I was donating to our cause.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Because I was about to say, wait a minute. You're playing the game and you're doing this. How?
I did it on my phone. That's how. It's not that
Also,
difficult,
Lars-
Stalin. We don't live in the Stone Age. Wow, Sonic still got blown up despite delivering that
Oh.
last Coco.
Wow.
Yay, happy dance!
It's an Irish jig.
Hey, I'm always Irish here, Nigel.
Exploded.
You look like a dog, Knuckles. The way your mouth was gaping.
Hey.
All this.
This kills me. That's the wrong scene.
Yo, Nux.
Oh, that's the wrong scene?
It was supposed to be Hidden Palace.
Really?
Ruins for back home. What if the people of these islands survived and resettled on Angel Island?
I was going to ask
That's
about
pretty
that.
important.
Oh my goodness!
So you're telling me that
That's
it's
not a good
the
sound.
scene is supposed to be Hidden Palace instead of the beginning from Sonic
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, there was a more direct reference meant to be.
Here comes that mission you hate, Stalin.
Oh god,
This
yeah.
is-
Or
I
quest.
No. Okay, so you know what I found out about this mission, and I'm gonna help you out to the utmost, Gray. Climb up.
I can't lose this.
You can climb up.
No, I remember.
Got your back.
You should You should have seen just how frustrated Nigel and I got the first time I went through this mess.
Oh
Yeah, don't worry. Someone had to tell me how to do this one.
Oh no, I figured it out on my own, but in the most annoying way possible.
Yeah. So
But so I guess now we have newfound knowledge. Someone.
wow, just like that. That was my first reaction when we finally figured this out. Like, oh my god.
I remember my college roommate Blight Boy always goes back to this one Let's Player he watched before he and I ever met, who, when he realizes the puzzle, he goes, "Oh, you're kidding me! You can move the polk?" So it's one of those moments.
Yes.
You can stomp the tower?
So Ian, I was going to ask you regarding the writing for Frontiers. You also did the story scenario for Origins, or at least for the story cutscenes for the compilation.
I was part of the group that put that together. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the color of the Carolina Panthers now.
Is there a correlation between Origins and Frontiers, like in regards to overarching storylines, or like what's the word? I don't know the word. I don't have the exact word on the top of my head at the moment.
The committee I'm on, the lore group, we're aiming to bring a little more cohesion to the Sonic lore, which you can only do so much. It's been 30 years.
Yeah.
Not everything's going to fit, but we're trying to do that we're trying to approach new projects with a more consolidated long-term view. With Origins, I can't think of anything directly related to Frontiers, but it is, the established beginning of the Sonic series. So insofar as they're connected, yeah, it's Sonic lore, but it's not, I don't remember there being Easter eggs between the two.
No, right. I understand. I understand that. I think I don't know if there are any other references to the Genesis days in Frontiers other than that flashback, because I think that's like the only time they do it. But so it's supposed to be Hidden Palace, not Angel Island.
Right, because it's supposed to be Knuckles seeing these ruins that are reminiscent of what he's familiar with and wondering what the connection is, rather than just it was a classic thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I suppose there was some failure to communicate on that part.
I honestly don't know, because once I turned the script in, that was it. That was
okay.
As far as my involvement went. I wasn't part of the greater direction or art design or music design or any of that. That's all Kishimoto-san's thing to helm.
Yeah, because as I've learned from my own education and full disclosure, I have a bachelor's degree in creative writing, and I found out the hard way that a movie is written 3 times. Once in the screenplay, the second time in the director's chair, and the third time in the editing room.
Yep.
So that's basically the equivalent of this.
More or less.
Yeah.
This particular scene reminds me of the last time I saw Stalin here was 2 years ago.
My people were wiped out by a cataclysm. I know the Coco faced something similar.
Wait, hold on a damn second. Darn it!
You may be the last, but you're not alone. You got us, Knucklehead.
I'll admit, I do envy your lifestyle. Freedom to go where you want, when you want.
So do it. Get out there and live a little.
Maybe I could. But first, I need to be back to normal.
Actually, the more I realize that is exactly the conversation that we had in 2020.
2021.
Except for the decimation of your people. Like,
Yes. Yeah, that never happened.
Yeah, taking that part out of the equation. It was more of the move.
I'm also assuming
Yeah.
the small child wasn't spying on you the entire time.
Such ex-boyfriend, says Scruffy Matt. Again.
No.
that would have been my
I
cat.
run the
My cat looking at the camera. The cat's like, "Oh, you deceiver."
Oh,
You're doomed.
Luke the
Well-
Boss. Luke the Boss 7 has another question for Ian. You were the one that made the connection of the ancients being related to the Chows, right, Ian?
I'm gonna have to make this one my last one, and I'm gonna have to bow out gracefully. Gentlemen,
Uh-huh.
it's been a pleasure.
Yes.
Wish you all the best with the rest of the campaign.
Yes, sir.
To answer the question, yes. The story was presented to me that the ancients came from space and they brought the chaos circles. And I wanted there to be a greater connection to the Sonic world. I didn't want it to be yet another alien race that came to the planet and did things and then faffed off. So I pitched the idea, what if they resembled chaos? What if after tens of thousands of years, through degradation and evolution, the Chow were their descendants?
Makes
and
sense to
therefore-
me.
Chaos's mutation, he's still a mutant Chow. That hasn't changed. But the mutation is that he resembles their ancestors rather than just a big jello monster.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Yeah.
I can as well. But
It
since-
has been an honor having you on the stream, and before you go, I just wanted you to see this real quick. I wanted you to see Professor Scruffy Meat. I'm not 100% sure if this is the image.
I don't even know what it's going to look like, so I'm going to be in for a surprise later.
Sir, I have to say that is the scruffiest piece of meat I've ever seen.
Take that out of context, why don't you?
Oh, please.
And there you have it.
Oh my goodness.
Dave, it has been an absolute pleasure, sir. You have rendered everything I've written. Just
Yeah, and it's been a joy and an honor and a gift to get to actually speak your words out loud. So, and it's been an absolute joy hanging out with you tonight too. So, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, and
everybody, if you're still watching, please continue to contribute. Please support this excellent cause. Support these guys who are working their butts off, trying to do some good.
Yes,
So-
absolutely.
thank you for those
I'm
kind
signing
words,
off.
Ian.
Be good to
And
yourselves, be good to each other, and
Yes.
we will see you next time on Serving the Selfless.
very classy.
Take care.
Thank you so
Stay
much
safe
for
out
being
there.
here, Ian. You've been
Thank
a
you
great
so
help,
much.
sir.
Have a good night, sir.
What a man.
But we still have Dave Mitchell.
Yes, Dave's
We-
still here. So, if
I'm still here.
Which, by the way, everybody, we're on the last hour of the stream. We got about 52 minutes left because that's what I've allotted for time, but we still have 52 minutes, so that's still plenty of time to get your questions in for Dave and also to get donations in for Gary Sinise. I mean, not Gary, Alzheimer's Association. I'm sorry.
this isn't the original Serving the Selfless, right?
Yeah, I know. This is Frontiers, not Forces. Two different F words, and neither of which are profane.
Right.
Oh boy, oh boy.
As I like to say when I do something wrong, I are very smart today.
Makes sense.
Man.
But I gotta say, Dave, I know we still have about 50 minutes left, but it's been an honor having you as well, and to have both you, Andy, and it's been a really fun night with both of you guys.
Oh, it's thanks for having me. It's been you guys are a lot of fun. You remind me a lot of my group of friends, and yeah, and what you're doing is great. It's great. So
Yeah, I'm glad
happy
to
that
know
I
you.
can contribute in any way.
Yeah, I'm glad to know you feel that way. And listen, even if we were to fall shy of our 2,500 goal, just to know that we're raising money for the cause, it's better than donating. It's better than making $0 in donations, so it still helps in any way.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah. Just as long as we get the word out there that Alzheimer's is something we need to eradicate this world of, hopefully. And nighttime is over because the star bits are no longer out.
And I just donated some money.
We'll probably see that pop up on the live feed real shortly because it takes a few
Yep.
seconds to transition.
But I will say the message now.
There we go. Too late, Nigel.
Oh, now I get to say the message. Up the irons!
Yeah.
And by the way, how much money was the donation worth?
$50.
50. Wow, that's a very nice generation, Nigel. Thanks so much.
You're welcome, man.
And I also didn't realize that you and Dave would be such metalheads. Well, I mean, I knew you were,
right?
but I wasn't expecting Dave to be.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can tell you, my favorite band of all time is Dream Theater. So.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with metal, but if I had to say who my favorite band was, just all genres of music taken into account, it would probably be the one that was my dad's favorite for the longest time, and that's REM.
Ah,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that was my dad's... Back when Dad was alive, I think he had their vinyl and he had all their CDs.
Wow. How long did he know of the band?
I think my dad knew of REM around the time he went to the Naval Academy. I can't remember for sure.
Oh, okay.
My mother never told me that piece.
Yeah, because my uncle, when he was a Marine, his favorite band is Talking Heads. So, at boot camp, like, in his head, he would always, have the song Once in a Lifetime, like, just stuck in his head.
Once in a Lifetime's a good song, but I'm a much bigger fan of This Must Be the Place.
Yeah. That always reminds me of my family, personally. My extended family, that is.
Well, the funniest thing I found is my dad, despite being a very busy software engineer, guess which band I found out he surprisingly was a huge fan of, which I know will make you and Dave grin. Well, apart from that donation. Yep, Metallica. That was a band that my dad...
got a donation. Pre-Stalnick put in $5.
Please no more Professor Scruffy meat. Please don't tell me that's in the message.
No.
Oh,
no,
hallelujah.
I'm working on Professor Scruffy Meat. I'm doing something for that.
Metallica Pre-Stalnick enjoys Knuckles Chaotix 2 Iron Echidna. Says Metallica is my personal favorite, but Rush is an all-time classic. Yes.
I'm all over Rush. Absolutely.
Yay!
Gotta love Neil Peart, Geddy Lee, and all those guys.
Rest in peace, the lead singer for Rush. That man carried on to the very end.
He's still alive.
Yeah, Geddy's still
No,
alive.
no, wait. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're talking about Neil Peart. He was the drummer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the drummer.
Yeah, Neil Peart.
I was like, wait a minute, when did that happen?
That's Neil Peart you're talking about.
No, please don't let that be the case.
Geddy Lee's still around, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Neil Young. My bad.
No, not Neil Young. Neil Peart.
You just showed your Rush cred because of the fact you actually pronounced Neil's last name correctly. So
Peart, yeah.
I meant to say Neil Part. My brain.
Peart, not Part.
My brain fell apart there.
My brain fell. No, here's one for you, Stalin. Your brain was torn apart.
I just did that joke like 30 seconds ago.
Oh my god.
Judas Priest, we fell in the water.
No, see, No, see, the thing with Rush is that Neil Peart was definitely.
Oh my god, how many times are you gonna get this wrong?
You keep butchering the name.
I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong. I'm not good with pronunciations.
I have nothing left to say to you. I'm dying over here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dignify that response.
Look, Rush is great. New World Man, absolute classic.
That's a great song, definitely.
You know, the funny thing is, for the longest time, my favorite Rush song was Subdivisions.
Subdivisions.
It's actually still a very close second, but you know what my favorite song is? It's the first thing I listened to when Neil died. When I heard the news, I put it on. It's Losing It off of Signals.
Lois Man?
Losing It is one of his best lyrical outings, and the song is just amazing. It's got an incredible electric violin solo in it too.
Oh yeah, that one.
That to me. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't hear the name of the song. What was the name of the
Losing
song?
it.
Losing It. It's some
That's
of
actually
Neil's
one I
best
haven't heard
lyrics.
of.
Oh
Losing
my
It?
God!
It's
One, it's
obscure.
in 5. It's in 5, which I love because I
Oh,
love
it's
On
on
Time.
Signals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on Signals, which was the first Rush album I ever got. So
Am I thinking of Signals that has New World Man, or is that? Oh,
yeah,
later
it's the
album?
first thing on
Same
New World,
one.
man.
Same one.
Yeah, it's the opening track.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know, okay. So I got into Rush through the compilations, and for a
Sure.
minute I've been trying to get into them through their entire discography. I think where I left off, I've been kind of picking and choosing a bit, but I'm trying to remember which album it was I left off on. I don't think I've been going in a weird order with it, because I went from Fly By Night, and then now the one that I'm listening to is Hold Your Fire.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a big jump. That's a
Yeah,
big jump.
that is a
Yeah.
real big jump. Yeah.
I know another song that I really like too is Red Sector A. Red Sector A is really good.
Actually, I think Grace Under Pressure is a really underrated album. In fact, Distant Early Morning is another one of my favorite songs.
These are things I need to listen to again. Like, for sure, I need to actually just take some time and just listen to Rush, because there was always something about Rush that stood out from the rest of the crowd.
Absolutely.
My favorite Rush song, Free Will.
Yep.
Oh, Free Will's good too.
Great song. Yeah.
Yeah. Great solo.
I will choose free will. Do 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 do.
Also,
do,
Free Will
do.
makes a good point about how you can complain about your life all you want, but at the end of the day, it's your own choice that makes your life better.
Oh no, you know the one that I always wondered. I don't know if did Lakeside Park ever get an actual singer, or was it just a live version that they had?
No, it's on Caress of Steel.
It's on Caress of Steel, yeah.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Lakeside Park's a really good one. Absolutely love that song.
Yeah, I know my Rush, so yeah.
Yep. Also,
But do you know the Sonic Rush?
Hello.
So, two things on that front too. First, I think Sonic would absolutely be a big Rush fan if, like, I mean, if he had a playlist of his own. Like, I get the feeling like whenever Sonic runs, I think I hear the Spirit of Radio playing as he's running.
I can totally see that, actually. I can totally see that, especially the opening.
See, Dave B. Mitchell says it's canon, Sega.
Yeah, I can see it. I can totally see it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if whether or not he'd be listening to Time Stand Still, or if he'd be listening to Limelight.
Time Stand Still is a really good song. That's one of my favorites.
Yes.
Okay, you know what Knuckles would listen to, right?
What?
Pantera.
Red Barchetta.
Red Barchetta, that's a really good song.
Ah, yes. Trying to think. Oh yeah.
I'd have to listen to that
I
one.
feel like when I saw Iron Maiden live, I actually did wear a Rush shirt because for one major reason, because one of my biggest regrets in life is not seeing Rush live.
I saw them. The first time I saw Rush was at Red Rocks. I'm from Colorado. It was in Red Rocks on the Rush 30 tour when it was just 2 sets of them, no opening act, and they played pretty much every song I would have picked, and I was in the 4th row in front of Geddy Lee.
Oh, I envy you, dude.
And then I saw them twice on the Time Machine tour when they played all of Moving Pictures start to finish.
Oh my god. Yeah, because, like, when they were doing that, first off, I think I was, like, a junior or a senior in high school, so I did not have any money, so, like, the only way I could have possibly have seen them is, like, if my dad paid tickets for us to go see them in Cleveland or whatever, and that never happened.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They were really.
But hey, you know what? You know what my consolation prize is? A boatload of Rush live albums.
That's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So Solid, when you get done listening to the original studio stuff, listen to the live stuff.
The live stuff's beautiful, but
Oh, you have? Good.
I was gonna say one of my all-time favorite bands, or I'd say duo specifically, Daft Punk. That will be the number one thing I regret doing in my lifetime is seeing Daft Punk live. Daft Punk, for whatever reason, in every single facet of my life, Daft Punk has been a part of it one way or another. I don't know what it is, but one of the songs that just it literally, for lack of a better word, touches me is Touch.
I will tell you, their Tron Legacy score is amazing.
It really is.
It's phenomenal. That score is incredible. I've done some scoring. I love film scores. That is a score. When I saw that movie, I loved the movie because I'm a big fan of the original film when it came out. But also, I was just like the whole way through. I'm like, this score is brilliant.
It's such a damn good score. I think the only other score that I could think of that I just listen to nonstop without ever like pausing the beat would be the Up score. The Up score is something about it. It's like Michael Giacchino knew what he was doing with that and told a story through the music, and that
yeah.
I'll tell you. You want to know what my favorite film score of all time is?
What?
James Horner's score for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Oh yes, absolutely. That's a great one.
That's one.
That score is everything. I mean, it's got that very nautical feel to it, which Nick Meyer brought. That sort of sailing, kind of. There's a lot of Moby Dick references throughout it and all that. So he brought that to it. It's also got this very wistful, melancholy thing to it. And I can't hear the music from the Spock scene without actually tearing up, just from the music alone. I hear it and it puts me there, and I'm like, all right, gonna cry now. All right, I'm crying.
That is precisely how I feel whenever I'm listening to. There's a song from the anime Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. Anytime I think about the people I've lost in my life, and anytime I just need to like let the tears flow, there's a song called Trisha's Lullaby. I don't know what it is. It just brings me to tears every time. It flows. It lets the tears flow. It is an absolutely amazing song. But
actually, okay, you know what does that to me as far as a piece from a score that like guts me, like sobbing, crying, is the John Williams theme to Schindler's List performed by Itzhak Perlman. Because Perlman is arguably, if not the finest musician in the world, certainly one of them. And that theme, that was John Williams finding the most emotional, and I'm a huge John Williams fan, but finding his most emotional, and that ending where the melody, he goes up to that seventh and just sits there, then it resolves up to the root. Like every time, it's like turning on a faucet. It rips my gut out.
Wow, you know your music theory.
Well, I mean, again, I did go to school for music, and it's what I became as a voice actor. So.
Yeah.
Which song did you say it was from Schindler's List?
It's just the main theme.
Oh, just the main theme?
Yeah, which sounds very Eastern European, like an Eastern European folk theme. It's beautiful, but Perlman, so I have this phrase that I came up with to describe somebody like Perlman, and it's kind of all of our goal as an artist. But Perlman's technique is so, and he doesn't really perform much anymore because he's not in great health. I actually got to see him about 7-8 years ago at Royce Hall at UCLA with just him and piano, and it was transcendent. It was unbelievable. But
wow,
technique is so advanced, so prodigious that he never has to take technical considerations into account, like music, because there's nothing he cannot execute technically. So everything with him is just expression. It's not about the technique. It's just expression of emotion, and the phrase that I came up with to describe it was, he never has to think about how to play it, only how to say it.
Yes. Definitely.
Which is
I love that.
as an artist, I think that's the goal of all artists is to develop your technique to the point where it's no longer an issue. You can just simply the technique is there to want to express, to have the ability to express it. And Pullman is one of the all-time masters of that.
Those are words to live by.
Yeah.
Like, those are
Also-
definitely words to live by.
Yes. Good night, normal person.
Yeah, good night. So first we had Ian say, hello, normal person. Now we have Nigel saying good night, normal person. God, what's going to be next?
Good night, normal person.
I don't recall any normal people being involved in this entire endeavor.
Oh,
No, we're not, and that's a
I
good
am
thing.
not normal.
Being weird
Not
is good.
Yes.
Normalcy is overrated.
Yes.
Also, there's a better way of putting it, Stalin. There's no such thing as normal.
Right.
There,
I think I've said that.
I said it.
There's
I have said that multiple times, dude.
No, I have a better way of saying it. You are the Sonic Frontiers Alzheimer's Awareness Fundraiser serving the Selfless 2023 stream with special guest star Ian Flynn and Dave B. Mitchell.
Yay!
Woo!
I was trying to say you are Lisa Simpson, and somewhere in my mind it derailed.
I was gonna say, just like how we introduced Cindy with Kermit the Frog last week, and now Dave and Ian with Kermit this week, does this mean we're gonna be greeting Colleen with Kermit next week?
I think it's very possible.
Besides, they're the Muppets. They're classic.
Yeah.
In every conceivable way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, can't go wrong with the Muppets. The magic of the Muppets there. Oh, that's another. Oh my goodness. I don't know what it is. But Rainbow Connection.
Oh, it's such it's so honest. It's so heartfelt. Yeah, it's beautiful. That piece of music. It's just it's so genuine. It's absolutely beautiful. It's so genuine. Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I agree.
It's just something that I don't know what it is. Anytime I listen to that song, I always just think about the other versions. One of the versions that, for some reason, stuck with me, and it's such a darn shame that we never. What was the band's name? It was the Carpenters.
Karen Carpenter had one of the most beautiful voices of all time, and she was an insane drummer too. If you've never seen her play,
I can't believe she did that as an outtake.
Really?
Yeah, that was an outtake.
What?
That was on the last album that she did before she passed away.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Wow.
Yeah.
Because she also did a song that's sung on Sesame Street sometimes called Sing a Song.
yeah.
That one.
I'll say another song. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
Say another song that reduces me to a blubbering mess every time. Might be his most passionate performance, which is saying a lot. Is "Show Must Go On," Queen.
Yes.
And that's one take.
I can't
Freddie
believe that
came
was
in-
one take.
Freddie came in. He was so sick that Brian May said he was just this skeleton. And he came in. He knew it was going to be his last performance. He had only so much energy that he was able to give. He gave every last ounce of what he had. And you listen to that performance, and when you know, I'm going to cry now. And when you know that's him saying goodbye to the world, and you hear it, that is the most passionate thing I ever heard from one of the all-time greatest singers in the history of popular music. That song destroys me because it's everything. He poured everything he had into it, and it's one take. One take. He sang that once.
You did that in one take?
Yeah,
One take.
Because he was so
One
tired
take.
and so sick.
Yeah. Came in and poured everything he had left into that performance.
Have a good night, Scruffy Matt.
Yeah, good night, Scruffy Matt, or should I say Scruffy Meat?
Oh,
Thank you,
yes.
thank you, Scruffy Matt, and I apologize, Scruffy Matt, for the mispronunciation of your name. But I promise you, I will credit. Send me your Twitter tag. I'll credit you for the creation of Scruffy Meat. But I did not know that was one take for Freddie Mercury. That is incredible.
Yeah.
I know that is one of those things that. Oh no! Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm also just looking up the Carpenter thing. So they put it in a 2001 album, but it was an outtake from the 1981 album.
Oh,
So the world didn't even know about it until years down the line. But yeah,
Wow.
she had a version of Rainbow Connection, and it's just I did not know the Show Must Go On was. Wow.
Yeah.
Mark,
Have you ever seen Karen Carpenter drum before? I mean, she's known for having one of those beautiful voices ever. You ever seen her play the drums?
I don't think I have.
I
No.
don't think so. I don't think so.
Go on YouTube and just Google Karen Carpenter drums. You will be stunned. She was a world-class drummer.
Yeah.
She was a world-class drummer. She was unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
One of the best vocalist drummers out there, alongside Phil Collins.
I was gonna say, you guys were talking about favorite film scores. I think I know mine. It's Tarzan, just because Phil Collins showed that he could make something powerful on his own, yet alone for a Disney film.
Oh,
Sure, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I have a fun fact for all of you about Phil Collins and Tarzan.
What?
Not only did he do the English versions of his songs, but he also did all of his songs in Spanish, French, Italian, and German.
Wow.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Right.
It's what you do. I love the way you said that.
It's what you do.
I mean,
You just, when you
What else are you supposed to do? I mean, come on.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
like-
put food on the table somehow.
right.
Okay.
But like, I had no idea that he just. You would have thought that like some German guy would have sung his lyrics for him, but no. Phil just decided, you know what? I'm gonna do it myself. I'm a
Okay,
big
so I'm
boy.
actually watching that drumming compilation. That's
She was, I mean, she was world class. She was world class.
Yeah.
She was unbelievable.
She
Yeah.
didn't do any of this in her songs. That would have been insane.
Well, she did that stuff live. I mean, that was part of their live shows.
Oh yeah, that's right. So yeah. Also,
Yeah, she was quite something.
Stalin, Scruffy Matt is all good with. He's like, LOL, all good. I'm here.
Scruffy meat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Wait, he said I'm here? Does that mean he's here reaching far across these new frontiers?
I suppose.
Reaching across these new frontiers.
I can't do it. If I screech, it's gonna ruin the stream.
Don't wake up my parents, please.
Don't wake up Scruffy meat.
Because I'll start screaming too if you scream.
Wow, that
For ice
solo
cream?
went on for a minute.
And that emerald still looks like a diamond, just saying.
Yeah,
No.
just a crystal clear one though.
I actually signed a Master Emerald at Telford.
Oh,
You
wow.
did? Wow.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
guy brought it. Yeah. I was like, he brought it to the table for me to sign. I'm like, oh my god, where did you get that? That's amazing. He's like, I got it on Amazon. So I looked on Amazon. They have a bunch of. It's not actually listed as being the Master Emerald, but it's just a big, fake emerald. But so I'm gonna get a big one to put on my table at cons, just so I have it there to actually guard when people come to the table.
Nice.
Yeah, then someone's
You know-
gonna cosplay as Rouge and steal it from you when you're not
Oh,
looking.
they'll try. They'll try.
So while we're on the subject of really impactful songs, another one that I love listening to is Mac It Brain by Funkadelic.
Yeah.
Funkadelic just, I don't know what it is, but for me, Funkadelic is one of those unsung heroes
Oh, they are.
in the funk community. And
Yes.
Maggot
Oh,
Brain,
I don't know that they're that unsung.
I
I
don't
mean,
know-
they're
I don't-
they're
I don't
considered
know.
one of the all-time
Because-
greats.
Because I mean,
yeah, but it's, huh?
because like George Clinton founded that band as well as Parliament, so and they're basically the same band.
But do you know the story about the legal troubles they've been facing? and one of the reasons why a lot of Funkadelic albums actually aren't available for streaming.
Why's that?
George Clinton Sr. has been fighting with Warner Brothers Records for a few years now. Actually, no, he's been fighting for a very long time because literally the history of Funkadelic Parliament is insane. Quite literally, he didn't patent a lot of his he didn't patent the name of his band or anything, and so people who defected from Funkadelic or Parliament ended up making their own bands with the names on them. And so if you ever look up like Funkadelic Parliament or Parliament Funkadelic, there is a string of different Funkadelics, and it makes it really hard to distinguish who's what. And I think there's also another thing with what am I thinking of the band name? Uncle Jam Wants You. I think Uncle Jam Wants You is another one that he's fighting in court. Now, I don't know how exactly this is going down, but all I know is that you can't listen to Uncle Jam Wants You on streaming.
Huh?
It's crazy. You can't even buy it. You can't buy the thing. I had to get an import from the UK for Uncle Jam Wants You.
Wow.
Divine intervention.
It's crazy.
Goodness. Wow.
If I can solve the lock's code,
That's nuts.
it should
Not
open
just
the way
knee
to that
deep.
flying titan.
I love it.
You're still missing a chaos
You know what
symbol, aren't
song?
you? Oh, that thing will
Now that
tear
I'm
you
thinking
to
about it,
shreds.
The last titan was holding the
when
final
my
emerald.
voice teacher died,
I'm willing
and this
to
is
bet
like
it's
the
same
minute
deal here.
I first
First, though, I need to play
heard
this crane
the
game.
news,
Let me
like
see.
you gotta
The
understand
stones
that
and the ports
my
seem to
voice
have
teacher,
corresponding
she was
colors.
like, she was not just my voice teacher. She was like family to me.
Who was this?
So, my voice teacher.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about her before.
So as soon as I found out that she was gone, I was bawling my eyes out, and like, all I was listening to at the moment was John Lennon. So I was listening to like the song like "Woman" and "Jealous Guy" and like songs like that, and like it did not help. Or I guess it helped in the sense that it was helping me cope, but also it just was just completely just like I was still crying. I was still just like, I just couldn't believe she was gone. So that's like the one major thing. Like I mean, I guess it depends on the song for me. If it gets super emotional for me, like I bet you if you played the Iron Giant soundtrack and you get to the part where the giant sacrifices himself, you'll probably get me to cry.
This is gonna sound wild, but I can't listen to the Barbie Girl song because that wasn't one of my close friends of songs that he loved to listen to. He wanted it played at his funeral, and they wouldn't let us play it. They wouldn't let us play it at his request.
That's not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a shame.
Do you think it had something to do with the song itself in some ways, or just the
I
fact?
think it was just the way that the funeral was planned. Honestly, it was just the way the funeral was planned. But I have to find. I'm sorry. I'm looking into.
Nice work.
I'm looking into a couple articles. I'm trying to find specifically where I found out that Uncle Jam Wants You, along with a lot of Funkadelic stuff, is basically just.
Whoa, hey, that's my line.
You have to look into the deep forums to try and figure out, oh, I just wish that George Clinton would go on record about this stuff. I would love this man to go on record. For my understanding, a lot of Funkadelic stuff is not allowed on streaming because of it's just an insane copyright debacle. He's currently fighting it in court.
Right. Yeah, it's nuts.
We gotta find sources.
But I guess while we're on the, well, I guess we're on a sort of an emotional note too. Dave, you told us off camera that you've had relatives of yours who've suffered from Alzheimer's and dementia.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. My dad did. It's not ultimately what killed him, but it certainly contributed, to the decline in his quality of life of the last few years he was alive. And both my maternal and paternal grandmothers had it as well. So that I didn't really know them that well, and didn't really interact with them when they were dealing with it at that point. But definitely saw my dad. The one, kind of the one I told you earlier, kind of one silver lining, if there can be said to be one, is that for all the things that he forgot, he never forgot any of us. So fortunately, up until the day that he passed, he still knew who all of us were, which was, small blessing for sure.
Definitely.
It's just such a heartbreakingly horrendous thing for the people who suffer from it, and also for the people who love them and their caretakers, and the people who watch these, once vibrant, intelligent, capable people just not being able to function that way anymore. And it's in a lot of ways it is like you have lost them, because the person that you know and love kind of isn't really there anymore. Your love doesn't go away, but it's a heartbreaking thing, because it's almost like you end up losing them twice. You lose them when they're kind of no longer who you knew them to be, and then when they eventually pass. So it's a doubly tragic idea.
It is.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Hobbs 205. I don't think Dave has spoken with Idris Elba, if we're not mistaken. But like.
Wait, what? Wait.
Idris Elba is not in the movie, so yeah.
What?
So no.
Yeah. Like full disclosure. Yeah, Dave has nothing to do with the movies. So.
Yeah, nothing. Nothing at all.
And we'd rather not really bring it up that much because, well, it's not related to this.
Yeah.
I will say, all of us were absolutely thrilled that Colleen made it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were all so happy for her, and actually kind of for us too, because at least one of us, they said, oh, well, we should just hire this person because they're actually the actor that plays the part and are really good. So, and I say that with, I'm a big Idris Elba fan. Love him. Think he's brilliant. So.
Yeah, I've only seen a little bit of his work. Well, mainly Knuckles. In that movie that I promised not to bring up again. Or actually, I don't know if I promised it, but
let's also not forget his
Luther. He's a brilliant. I absolutely love him in Pacific Rim too.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is where I have to separate my talks of the movie and then my talks of the games, because I do have to say you're the best Knuckles in the video games by far.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta say, your Knuckles is really spot on solid. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I seriously, I really appreciate that. That actually, it genuinely means a lot to me, and thank you for saying it. That's because there have been some really great people that came before me. So it means a lot. Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like I said, I really think, I think a lot of what made Frontiers great is just these performances are powerful.
Right.
Honestly, just they allowed everyone to just. Did they basically just allow you guys to give it your all? Like they just said, "Oh, go, absolute high ball." Like,
Speaking of giving it your all,
Supersonic. Here we go.
and also one of my absolute favorite battle themes.
It sounds pretty metal too.
Break through it all.
Let's also note before I just to end the Funkadelic thing, I found the article. He talked about it in 2012. He talked about it in 2012 about how he can't afford to actually get his stuff on streaming and claim ownership over a lot of his songs. It really did fall within the lines of not securing the copyright for his music.
Yeah,
So,
which is a shame.
yeah, it really is. It really is.
This, by the way, this kind of has like a Lacuna Coil vibe a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, this song?
Yeah.
Break Through It All is a really good song. I like it a great deal.
Yeah.
You know, there was one thing that I'll give Frontiers. Frontiers introduced a lot of kids to death metal. Like,
Thank you,
I don't
Sleeping
know
with
if
Sirens.
I don't know if this is full-on death metal, but it's got a lot of heavy death metal vibes to it.
It's just that blast beat right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you...
It's missing the Cookie Monster vocals, but with the blast
hit
beat,
the
definitely.
missiles.
I know you're supposed to hit the missiles, it's just I know there's a dodge they have to do into them.
Parry.
Parry, yeah.
Yeah, Lars is a fan of Sleeping with Sirens.
I didn't like Sleeping with Sirens so much in high school just because I didn't think they had as much... I don't know, I just wasn't big on it, but looking at it now, I'd probably have a deeper appreciation for it these days.
Like, just to give you an idea of my music expertise, I'm way more into electronica DDM, but I still diverge in like all the stuff. But I'd say more than anything, it's definitely more funkadelic for me.
There's the parry we needed.
Yeah, yes. There we go.
But I'd say all that came in the line because I was into Sonic. What the? Oh.
Hobbs205 has another question for Dave.
What's happened?
Do you see Knuckles' character in the games as more of a brute, while Sonic is the upbeat one and Tails is the kid in terms of personalities?
Dave, are you there?
Dave?
That was very weird. It's like just went, okay, you're not on. I'm like, oh, okay.
That was weird. What just happened?
What?
Skype just shut down. I was like,
Oh
okay.
no.
Yeah.
Dave's not here, man.
Yeah, I have returned.
Yes, now you're back. Do you want me to
No.
repeat the question?
Yeah, probably would help because I obviously didn't hear it. So
Okay, here we go. Do you see Knuckles' character in the games as more of a brute, while Sonic is the upbeat one and Tails is the kid in terms of personalities?
I mean, kind of in the roles that they fulfill, yeah. But I mean, there's kind of a yin and yang to Sonic and Knuckles. I mean, they both fulfill a role that you know when they are together, when they are working together towards something, you know, they're stronger and better than they are separately. Knuckles is definitely the more direct, more headstrong one. I think Sonic is more inclined, you know, in his actual, like, in his dealings with others, is more inclined to try to find the common ground, whereas Knuckles is more inclined to just punch it. You know?
Okay.
I mean, I think, but, you know, one of the great things about this, again, is that, you know, particularly in Divergence, you know, we got to see, I think maybe for the first time that I'm aware of anyway, we got to see those little moments of vulnerability in Knuckles. And even here in the game, you know, when he talks about, when he and Sonic are sitting there talking about that him being the last Echidna. And Sonic says to him, you know, you may be the last Echidna, but you're not alone. You know?
Exactly.
That's pretty great. Pretty great.
Definitely.
You know?
Oh, this thing's mad.
Oh, yeah. We've really made it angry.
Come on, please give me the spirit of Davey Mitchell to take the Wyvern down.
Yes. And just to ask, and Lars says, just to ask Dave, I hope he liked the poster. He liked the poster me and Freestalnik made for the stream. That one is actually my favorite piece, and hope we did Dave justice.
Oh, the one that the promo one?
Yeah, the one with you with the Knuckles gloves beating up that soldier.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great. Thank you so much for that.
We're glad we could be of service. Me and Larry are honestly busting our butts to make sure we got everybody's likeness just right.
Including myself and Gray.
Yeah, that one is still being worked on. I have a certain project that I'm tending to. So
Yep.
just want to burn. That one's being worked on.
By the way, just saying, this is my favorite part of the song now. This is where the song gets really intense.
Yeah. Also, Hobbs 205. In this particular context, Knuckles has been separated from the island that guards the Master Emerald.
Oh, but the question is, who guards the Master Emerald when Knuckles is on a mission?
Or who guards it? I really don't know.
You know.
You're asking the wrong person this question. I'm not. I'm like a novice Sonic fan.
I'm really thinking about who guards the Master Emerald when Knuckles is on a mission. I'm assuming Knuckles just treats it and care of the island. The island will take care of it for him.
Yes, exactly.
Quadruple boost!
Together we can show the world what we can do.
No, this is even more intense than double boost. I mean, a fist bump was. Wow. Nigel, I think you destroyed your larynx.
Just absolute. The supersonic battles in this game are just amazing.
Fantastic.
By the way, are you hungry, Wyvern? Because here comes your dinner. He had a bad case of heartburn. I mean, look at that bloating and everything. Indigestion, man.
Yep.
Say that heartburn was no wyvern. I can't. Okay, good.
Was that Dave who said that?
That was not me.
Oh,
That
never
was-
mind. Of course it was Stalin. Who else would it be?
Things would have been over faster if I'd been Super Knuckles. You did all right. Yeah. you
Isn't
did
Super
smart about
Knuckles
that.
pink, by the way?
I've got one more Titan
I
about to
think
go.
so,
That
actually.
I'll
would
find
be a
Tails,
question
too.
for Ian.
I'm worried about him.
Well, I mean, I have a fan-made sticker of the three Supers, and Super Sonic's gold, obviously. Super Tails is a tannish gold color, and they depicted Knuckles as pink. Super Knuckles is pink.
I think if we're going by the Genesis games, yes. Super Knuckles was like a slight. It was like a pinkish. It was like a pinkish red.
Hey, real men wear pink.
Yep. I guess Hobbs 205 is asking Dave if he sees people dressed as Knuckles at Sonic-related events.
I mean, I haven't been to any yet. But when I did Telford, that was actually my first official con. And yeah, I haven't actually done any like specific Sonic stuff. And I'm now have a booking agent setting up cons for me, hopefully as often as possible, and between here and the UK and Europe. But I would love to. I did get I got a picture with a fan who got a selfie with me, and I got an extra picture for myself because she had on her forearm, the inside of her forearm, a big tattoo of Knuckles. It was cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
it was cool. Yeah. So yeah, I hope so. I hope to run into. It's always fun to run into people that cosplay your characters,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
especially when they if you're not at your table or something, and they don't know who you are, and you see someone. I remember doing this years ago. There's a character that I voiced from a webcomic, The Looking for Group. We did a bunch of animated stuff for her. And if you go on YouTube, you can find look for Looking for Group Slaughter Your World. It's I played this undead warlock named Richard, who this comic started as a parody of WoW, and then just kind of encompassed all fantasy and science fiction pop culture stuff. But it's based off of WoW.
Oh, okay.
Undead warlock who is gleefully murdering all the inhabitants of a village while singing about it to the tune of "Part of That World" from The Little Mermaid.
Whoa.
And so it's actually that's me singing this, and yeah, that's great. But so at the time, in particular, this was 16 years ago that we did this.
Wow.
So at the time, nobody knew who I was, and certainly, even now, most people probably would recognize me. They know my work. They hear my name, they might know who I am. They certainly know the work, even if they don't know who it is that's behind it. But back then it was great because nobody knew what I looked like and nobody knew anything. So a few people came up to the table. It was in San Diego Comic-Con, cosplaying Richard. And so I would say, okay, I'm going to get behind you and just act out what I say. And they're like, okay. And I get behind them and launch into Richard's voice, and they would start to, and they would kind of start to do something, and then they would stop and turn around and be like, what? I'm like, yeah, hey. So that was fun. That was fun.
Yes.
So I was also thinking about
Kane Sun Fury.
Kane Sin Fury. So is that what got you the role of Kane Sin Fury then?
Sun Fury.
Sun Fury.
Yeah, S-U-N, Kane Sun Fury. No, actually, I mean, I ended up in WoW just from auditioning. I don't think I had started in by then, but I've been in every WoW iteration in some form for at least the last decade. Same thing with Call of Duty. I mean, I've been in pretty much, once I started working on those, they were just so kind to just keep finding things for me to do. I'll still audition for specific roles, but if I don't do those, most of the time they throw me something anyway and I get to go do it. Like right now, if you are current on WoW, with Dragonflight, which is the current one, I'm Abyssian in Dragonflight, who's one of the elite NPCs. So he's one of the main story characters, not playable, but one of the primary characters. Yeah, and I've been playing him since. Yeah, man, he was Ebonhorn when I first started playing. He was a Black Dragon, but he was in disguise as a Tauren. And then later on, we've come to realize, he's a Black Dragon, and in fact, the last, basically, pure, unsullied Black Dragon in existence. And so, yeah, that's right now, the one that's out right now. That's another thing where they're writing on that stuff, and we got to do a bunch of cutscenes and really do some nice dramatic, emotional stuff with that. That actually had nothing to do with me ending up working on WoW, just that it just so happened that they, I think I did the parody for a while before I actually worked on it.
That's interesting.
At least WoW are good sports about being parodied like that.
Oh yeah, I mean it's again it's parody and satire, and so that's I think it all falls under fair use, and it's and certainly they did all of this from a place of love, so because they just they love the property.
Yeah.
They're careful not to actually infringe on any specific IP and things like that. So.
Yeah. Well,
even Disney, because the songs are parody. So yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah. But anyway, people, we're pretty much at the end, but this was episode 2, and we made some good progress, made up some new funny characters with the help of Ian Flynn and Davey Mitchell, and I gotta say that Davey Mitchell and Ian Flynn were great company tonight, and they've definitely helped us promote the cause more, so Ian, I know you left, but thank you. Dave, you as well, thank you for tagging along for this whole ride.
Thanks for having me, guys. Seriously, I mean, not only was it a lot of fun, but such a great and important cause, and just thank you for the work that you guys are doing. Because I know you've put a lot of your personal time and effort into this, and just it's appreciated. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're amateur fundraisers when it comes to doing stuff like this for Twitch, but the fact that you like what we're doing, that means a lot to us. So thank you.
We made $238 so far.
Hell yeah, we did.
For amateurs, that's not too bad, I don't think.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, look at it this way. Again, it's $238 that goes towards this research that wasn't there before you did this.
That is
Right.
true,
Yep.
yes.
Exactly.
So before we... What were you going to say, Dave?
I was just saying, just realize that that is of value. You have contributed in a material way, and you've given there's more as a result of you having done this than there was before it.
That is true. So, thank you dearly. Just on one more trivial note before we officially close this out. Next time you see Erica Lindbeck, please give her my regards. I love her work.
I will actually be seeing her. Oh no, I won't. She's out of town. I was going to say I'm going to be seeing her on June 6th. I'm not, but I'll just, since speaking of charity, Yuri Lowenthal has, I think it was a dear friend with some really serious medical expenses. Someone who's been connected to our community, and Yuri, being the absolute mensch that he is, has put together a charity signing where he got together with the exception of Eric, and only because she's out of town and she was very, very sad she couldn't be part of it. But that we are doing a charity signing with the entire Spider-Man PS4 cast.
Wow.
Wow.
At this really cool place in where is it? Let me look here because I want to. I was right here. I may as well mention it.
I need to be sure. It's the Future Game Show, right?
No, it's Things from Another World in Universal City at Universal Studios.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, it's a fundraiser. We're doing Sunday, June 4th from 3 to 5. We will almost the entirety of the cast of Spider-Man PS4 will be there, and they had a special print done that we're all signing. Everybody gets a print. No, you can't bring your own stuff. Where it's not like doing a con where you bring things you sign. It's like this is just for this purpose. You come buy the print. The money, and all 100% of the money is going to this charity, and then you go down the line and we all sign the print for it. So yeah, I thought I was going to see her then, but I remembered she was so sad she wasn't going to be able to be there. But yeah, next time I see her, I'll absolutely pass that along. She's pretty marvelous. So.
Yeah, she is, and also just because I am that fan, let her know that her rendition of Blaze is my favorite.
Oh, I will. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks. But anyway, before I start getting into my own sort of fan talk about that kind of stuff, this has been episode 2, and we had a great as all hell time with Dave B. Mitchell and Ian Flynn, as I said. Join us next week for episode 3, where we have special guest Colleen O'Shaughnessy join us on Chaos Island. So,
Yay, Tails!
that almost sounded like an old school Sonic saying that for Tails, so there you go. Come on, Tails, let's go save Chaos Island. But before I get any more carried away, we'll see you then, so keep on donating if you can, and if not, if you just tune in to support us and watch this and support the cause, that's fine too. So, see you around the bend, y'all.
Yes,
Oh, wait,
thank you very much.
before we go, I gotta say it's absolute honor once again, and again, special thanks to Ian Flynn and Dave B. Mitchell. Y'all have been fantastic.
Well, thank you. It's been a real pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. So, and
Yes.
having fun for a good cause can't really beat that.
No, you cannot.
Yes,
It's all great. But anyway, we'll let Dave go get his rest now, because I know he's going to need it for his next gig game for that fundraiser he's aiding in fairly soon. And I need to go get some.
Send us the link for that so that we can go ahead and promote it as well.
I don't know that there is one yet, but as soon as I get something from Yuri, I will absolutely email you guys.
Fantastic, sir.
And much appreciated with sharing that too on behalf of me and from Yuri as well, because I know he'll absolutely appreciate that. So,
Oh, no problem at all. Like anything to support any cause, honestly.
Yeah.
Anything to support any cause and anything to show that the Sonic community's hearts, as a whole, it's one big heart at the end of the day.
absolutely. Yeah.
So, before this turns into Italian farewell, we're officially signing off. So, happy Memorial Day to those of you here in the United States. Hope you enjoyed this broadcast, and may we honor those who fell in the U.S. history to give us the freedom we have. So, enjoy Memorial Day with your family and friends.
Bye bye.
See ya!
Mario again?